放这边。
把这个被震，来个被震着了。
You have any biographies I can do?
Oh, yeah. Think about the time I walked over there.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। श्रितकमला कुचमण्डल श्रितकमला कुचमण्डल धृतकुण्डल कलित ललित वन जय जय देव जय जय देव माधव जय जय देव माधव श्रितकमला कुजमण्डल धृतकुण्डल कलित ललित वन Dinamani mandala mandan Dinamani mandala mandan Dinamani mandala mandan Hare Dinamani mandala mandan Bhava khandala विषधर गंजन कालिय विषधर गंजन विषधर गंजन जगरी कालिय विषधर गंजन जनरंजन यदु नलिन अमल कमल दलोचन अमल कमल दलोचन भवमोचन अमल कमल दलोचन भवमोचन त्रिभुवन भवन निधान जय जय देव माधवा जय जय देव अभिनव जलधर सुंदर अभिनव जलधर सुंदर धृतमंदर अभिनव जलधर धृतमंदर चंद्र जय जय माधवा जय श्री जय देव कबीरम श्री जय देव श्री जय देव श्री जय देव कबीरम मुदमे मुदमे मंगल जय जय माधवा जय जगदीश जय जय देव हो जय जय देव हरे
जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में हिया में सदा राज जीवन मरण में जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में हिया में सदा राज जीवन मरण में जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में
అదేం చేయాలి జస్ట్
ఓ అది మూవ్ చేయాలనా ఓకే ఇంకా రావాలి ఇంకా కొంచెం. Yes. Okay.
करुणामयी मात छोड़ो नहीं हाथ, रहे तू सदा साथ निशि जागरण में। करुणामयी मात छोड़ो नहीं हाथ, रहे तू सदा साथ निशि जागरण में। जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में, हिया में सदा राज जीवन मरण में। जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में।
Thank you. Thank you.
भव जलधि अति घोर माया पवन जोर, तू ही तरुणी एक भव संतरण में। भव जलधि अति घोर माया पवन जोर, तू ही तरुणी एक भव संतरण में। है नाव मझधार अब तो करो पार, हम तुम कुशल कौन पतित पावन है। नाव मझधार अब तो करो पार, हम तुम कुशल कौन पतित पावन। जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में, हिया में सदा राज जीवन मरण में। जागो भैरवी आज अंतःकरण में। मैं दीन अज्ञात तेरी को संतान, तुझको जननी जान आया शरण में। मैं दीन अज्ञात तेरी को संतान, तुझको जननी जान आया शरण में। ना भक्ति ना ज्ञान कैसे करूं ध्यान, देना मुझको स्थान कृपया चरण में। ना भक्ति ना ज्ञान कैसे करूं It's getting bigger. Can put.
Krishnaya
అది ముందుకు తెస్తే అలా
Please have a seat. You are getting Sabbath soon. Come on, keep on.
India was getting ready to initiate a revolution that would transform America. A revolution for the American soul. Or
Please have a seat.
Nice to see you. Thank you for coming.
Namaste, namaste. Is this audible? Is this sound audible? Thank you all for coming, joining the Vivekananda International East-West Yoga Conference. We are celebrating 159th birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda today. And today is a special day for many yoga practitioners. And in the United States, as well as in India, it is a National Youth Day. It's a wonderful celebration of honoring Swamiji and with his contributions he made of bringing the yoga, Vedanta, and the classical yoga he contributed in all four major parts of yoga, which is Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, all four major parts of yoga. So today we have a honor of our Swami Varadananda Ji, who is representing from the same lineage of Swami Vivekananda, Vivekananda Vedanta Society. Swami Vivekananda started with Vivekananda Vedanta Society when he was here in 1893, first time in 129 years ago. So since then, the lineage has been continuing. After the Swamiji returned back to India after a few years, he started Ramakrishna Math in India, in Belur Math. The tradition goes on. There are monks and monks from the Swami Vivekananda lineage who contributed to the vast wisdom of yoga and Vedanta. And today is such an honor, and I would like to introduce my co-chair for the VIEW conference today, Kali Om. So sorry we are starting a little bit, few minutes late, and we will get started very soon. I'm going to hand it over to Kali Om, and then she will introduce Swamiji. She will get started. We will get started with this first presentation. I know some of you are online, so hopefully you're all waiting for this beautiful day. Any feedback on the online? Are you able to hear us well? How many people are online, roughly? So hopefully you're all having a good audio, video. Apologize if there is any technical issue. Please let us know. We will fix it. I will give the microphone to Kali Om.
Hear me? You can hear me? Okay. Namaste. Thank you, Prasad, who's been working tirelessly to make this all happen behind the scenes. And thank you all for coming. And just a reminder, if you're here in person, we are trying to wear masks today due to temple guidelines. And just a reminder. So thank you, Swamiji, for coming. We're happy to see you on this snowy day in January. And Swami Varadananda is a Hindu monk of the Ramakrishna order. This is a very venerable order. Ramakrishna is the guru of Swami Vivekananda. And this order is dedicated to the twin ideals of experiencing God within ourselves and serving God in man. They have 175 centers throughout the world, 14 of which are in the United States, and one is literally down the road in Homer Glen, and this is where Swamiji is. And if you've never been, you walk in and you feel amazing. And they have a meditation room and a bookstore, and I've been there many times. The Vivekananda, Swamiji joined the Vivekananda Vedanta Society of Chicago in 1893 and was ordained in 1982. He's the manager of the center. In addition to his duties at the Vivekananda Vedanta Society, he's involved in many interfaith activities in the Chicago area. He's been the president of the Hyde Park Kenwood Interfaith Council and a trustee of the Council for a Parliament of the World's Religions. He also represents Hinduism on the Council of Religions of Metropolitan Chicago. Thank you, Swamiji. We're looking forward to your talk.
Good morning to all of you. Nice applause from such a small crowd.
You just might come close.
Okay. Anyway, I'm very happy to be with you. This is, I think, the 4th or 5th year I've done this, that this has been going on. And I'm always happy to come back here. And so today we're going to talk, talk today is going to be about equilibrium. Okay, yoga has been defined as equilibrium, meaning that everything is getting kind of in balance, in sync, and working together. And as you know, for example, in Hatha Yoga, it's not just calisthenics. It's not just building big muscles, pumping iron and things, but it's trying to bring a balance between the body, the pranayama kosha, the energy, and the mind. Because the body and the mind are connected. If the body isn't healthy, it is sick and weak and exhausted, it's very difficult to be in a happy, cheerful state of mind. On the other hand, if the mind is very agitated and full of stress and disturbance, it's very difficult to have a healthy body because the two are kind of interact with each other. So what you're trying to do is to create a connection between body and mind so that everything begins to flow correctly. And there is a beginning of, ultimately, of your search for God. Because the word yoga itself, as you know, it means union. It's a means by which we get united with God or with our highest self. And part of it, we're starting as a physical being. With the body, we have a strong consciousness of body, we have a strong consciousness of our mind, and primarily that is what our identity is. I'm this particular person, this particular body, this particular mind, and but ultimately, what we are is a spiritual consciousness, an awareness. That awareness is aware of the body and the mind. And this is what Vedanta teaches. He said, you are actually consciousness, awareness. When it becomes identified with a particular mind and particular body, it takes on an individual ego. It says, I'm this person here, and I'm separate, I'm different than everybody else in the universe, and this is who I am. And then our experience, the world we live in, is determined by the state of the body and the mind, for practical purposes. We live in, but it's determined. But ultimately, we need to try to get back to the awareness of who we actually are, and this is the what the path of yoga is. Is trying to get back to that awareness that I'm actually one with God, and I'm just watching. I'm the witness. I'm the sakshi, the witness. I'm just watching this world, life unfold like a movie, but I'm all the time. I'm seated in the lap of God, and I'm just watching. And the problem is, all of our suffering, all of our unhappiness and difficulty comes because we forget that fact. We forget that there's this higher presence there within us. And we just ignore it completely, and then we live our life and experience our life based upon the condition of the body and the mind. So, for practical purposes, it started out important to have a good state of mind. See, what we don't realize, what most people don't realize and never stop to think about, is that we are the only source of happiness or unhappiness. Whether our life is a heaven or a hell is entirely due to us. Normally, we tend to blame all our problems, all our difficulties on other people. We say it's his fault, their fault, it's the economy, it's this or that. But we tend to think that all of our dissatisfaction, all of our unhappiness is becoming because of what other people are doing or what the world is doing. But in fact, ultimately, you are the only one who creates your own unhappiness. Because unhappiness, happiness, these are the results of the reaction you have to what's going on in the world. You may not approve of what's happening outside the world, but it's your reaction determines, the state of your mind determines whether that makes you happy or unhappy. For example, if you hear somebody say something bad about you, somebody said you were a jerk, and if you are very sensitive and insecure, then that will make you very unhappy. You'll brood about it, you'll lose your confidence, you'll become fearful, you'll get so much misery you can will go through. If you're very sensitive to it. On the other hand, another person who's got thick skin, he hears somebody say something bad about it and says, who cares? And he just goes on with his life. Now the event is exactly the same. Somebody says something bad about it. The event is exactly the same. In one case, it caused a great deal of unhappiness and mental misery and suffering. In the second case, it didn't have any effect at all. And this is, eventually you'll realize, you're trying to realize, that what goes on outside can't determine whether it makes me happy or unhappy, because that happiness and unhappiness is coming from my own reaction to it, my own mental reaction to it. And in this way, eventually, and this is the doctrine, eventually you discover that you're happy by your very nature. You're not happy because a certain thing happened or because you got a certain thing you wanted, but happiness is your natural state. If you're not happy, if you're not experiencing like peace and joy, then it's because you're not simply not aware of it. And it's because of the nature of the mind is it tends to take whatever state it's in as reality. So if a person is in a very depressed state, very unhappy state, he says the whole world is gloomy, the whole world is dark and gloomy. But when you're in a good state, the very same world, it seems exciting and fun. So it's your mental state is determined the quality of your life, good or bad, heaven or hell. And in yoga, the various yogas, we're trying to kind of take this process into under our control and begin to determine what our state of consciousness, our state of mind is going to be. And like I said, the potential is there, always for tremendous things, but we aren't aware of it. It's like, and it's always there because it's its very nature. God's very nature is love, acceptance, protection, all these things, all the things that we yearn for, they're there. And God is trying to give it to us, but simply we're not aware of it. It's like the sun is always shining. And this is what realized souls realize, is that it's always been there. It's always there. And but the sun is always shining, but the clouds come. They cover the sun, and then everything looks dark and gloomy. And so we tend to think that because things seem to be dark and gloomy, that this is the nature of reality. But actually it's not at all. And in fact, it's the nature of reality is a wonderful, divine, blissful thing that simply we're not aware of because we've forgotten, we've ignored it, and we're taking what we experience as the only reality there is. And in Raja Yoga, which is kind of the yoga of the mind, then you try to bring your experience, your mental experience under your control, and you do it basically through two techniques. One is called abhyasa practice, the other is called viragya, detachment. Now abhyasa practice, that means that you don't just let the mind just do what it wants, because the mind, sometimes it'll bring up good things, and sometimes it'll bring up bad things. And it's up to you. You don't realize, most people don't ever stop to realize that I don't have to think or feel this way. If a mood comes away, let's say you're fearful about the future, or you're worried about something, you're disturbed by something that somebody did to you in the past, you brood on it, you get unhappy over it, but you don't have to. The mind is like just presents like a series of options, like a cafeteria, like a TV channel. You can choose that which channel you want to watch. If you find you're thinking very negative thoughts, you're brooding on something, you're upset about something, you can shift your thinking and put it on something better, something that makes you happier, more peaceful. And this is called the Abhyasa. And one of the main techniques used in Abhyasa, of course, is the japa meditation. You take a particular mantra, a particular name of God, and you just mentally, you repeat that. And the fact is that as you think, so you become. Whatever you fill your mind with, that becomes your reality, your world. That's the world you live in. For some people, like I said, that world is can be very negative, full of anger, full of guilt, full of all kinds of negative things, and they don't know how to change it. So Abhyasa, our practice, means you don't let the things just come, but you begin to consciously begin to direct your mind in a particular direction. And this is Abhyasa, is very basic practice in spiritual life. The second aspect, though, is the Vairagya, detachment. Now, Vairagya, detachment, is based upon the fact that you're not the mind. The mind is an instrument that we're trying to use, that we use to function in life, to do things, to accomplish things, but it's only a tool, an instrument. And the problem is that for most people, the instrument, the mind, it actually takes charge of you. And so then you're like drugged wherever the mind wants to go. It's like in the old cowboy shows with the runaway stagecoach, with a screaming woman inside, and it goes off the cliff. Well, many people have lives like that. They're just driven by their addictions, by their mental states that come. They're just driven and generally wreck their whole life. It turns into a disaster because they can't control the thought process. Now, in Vairagya, when a person becomes detached, you take the position that I'm not the mind. This mind is not me, this feeling is not me, this thought is not me, but you kind of stand back from the whole thing and just observe it, kind of scientifically. Normally that's not what we do. Something comes into the mind, we react to it, and it dominates us. Now, so for example, when we get upset, we normally would say, okay, I'm angry. But in Vairagya, you stand back and you just say, okay, there's anger in the mind, and I'm sitting here and I'm watching it. Now, you're starting to take your stand, not in the mind which is going up and down in all different directions, but you're taking your stand on that deeper consciousness, that deeper awareness, which is your real self. And from that standpoint, you begin to get your balance back. And this is it. Yoga is basically, first of all, is to get your balance, your peace, your calmness back, and then you start to see things in a different perspective. It's like the difference. It's like the difference between being caught in a huge stream and trying to fight against the current, trying to swim upstream against the current and stuff, and sitting on the shore watching the river go by. In the one that and this is even in the state of Abhyasa, you feel like you're struggling. I'm trying to make the mind do what I want. I'm trying to get it under control. I'm fighting with it. But in Vairagya, detachment, you're just sitting back, you're watching, and you're watching. The difference is that you're no longer identifying with it and saying, this is me. When anger comes, you don't say, I'm angry. You say, okay, there's anger in the mind there, and you'll notice. After a while, when the anger goes away, something else comes. And you just kind of watch this flow without grabbing onto it. And then you begin to get your own balance back. Yeah, this is a very fundamental aspect of yoga, is balance and getting your balance back. Swami Yatishwarananda, he's one of our great Swamis. He wrote a book on meditation and spiritual life. And he said that when he was a child, he was fascinated that a group of gypsies, they used to come through his village, and they would be selling little tin pots, not, knickknacks and things like that. But he said the thing that always fascinated me was that they had an inkwell that would never tip over, because it had a weight on the bottom, and so it always came back upright again. We need to find that center of gravity within ourselves, so that when life hits us, bumps it, we come back. And this fundamentally develops from Vairagya, and it is the essential thing of Vairagya is the Sakshi, the witness. In your true nature, your real self, you're just a witness of what's happening. You're just watching life go like a movie, but you're always safe in your own kind of spiritual nature, your own presence of God. It's like you're seated in the lap of God, and Divine Mother is showing you the movie. Now, normally, we see that movie, and then we fight with it. We tussle with it and wrestle, and we say, I like this, I don't like this, and I want it to be this way, I don't want it to be that way. And we're always engaged in struggling with it, and this keeps us agitated and upset all the time. And so, because normally from the standpoint of our ego, of our individual, we tend to operate in terms of attachment and aversion. I like this thing, I want it, I want to have it. I don't like this thing, I don't want to have that. And depending on if we get what we want or get what we don't want, it determines whether we're happy or we're unhappy. I want this thing, when I get it, then I'm happy. But you may spend years being frustrated. I don't have it, I don't have it. You want a big position, a job or something, and you may go for years, never satisfied, never content with life, but just always saying, as soon as I get this thing here, then I'm going to be happy. And this is the way as humans we tend to think. As soon as I can get this thing here, then I'll be happy. Now our happiness then depends upon getting that thing. It depends on the world, on the other person and so forth. And so we struggle. We struggle trying to make the universe do what we want. And we find it can be very difficult and very frustrating. So, but when you get your balance back, get your foundation back, begin to experience your sentiment, then you realize that I don't need this, I don't need that, I don't need anything, because my happiness is here. And this is a great secret of spiritual life, is that happiness is not something you get, it's something that you are. When you don't have it, when you think you're going to get it from outside, then whether you're happy or unhappy depends on what's happening outside, beyond your control, something that you can't really control. But when you are begin to find that your own happiness, your own sort of peace and happiness, contentment within, just by being alive, just by being, then you'll find out other things, okay, they come fine, if they don't come fine. It's fine, it's all right to enjoy things. They come, but it's only when you depend upon them that I've got to have this thing, otherwise I'm going to be miserable. This is when it dominates you, and this is when it keeps you always kind of dissatisfied, uncontent. So the truth is that, as I said, we're actually children of God. We're actually wonderful spiritual beings. Every single person is a wonderful spiritual being. And we're watching this world like a TV show or a movie. It's actually meant to be entertainment. But the problem is that when you watch a movie, well, terrible things may happen on the movie. There's people get cried and blown up and all kinds of things go on. But you say, okay, it's just a movie. And you enjoy it. It's exciting, and you know it because you know I'm safe and sound. I'm here in the theater watching a movie. But when you think that things are really happening to you, then it becomes life-threatening. It becomes very frightening. It's like the difference between watching a war movie, which as a kid we used to watch all the exciting, and being in an actual war. The war movie, okay, it's exciting, it can be entertaining, but an actual war is terrible when a person goes. So whether by developing this sense of detachment, then you begin to get your own balance back, and you begin to find your own center of gravity. So that no matter what happens in the world, no matter, it doesn't have the capacity to kind of throw you down again. And this is, like I said, it's the foundation of yoga is that you are this witnessing consciousness, and that you are witnessing consciousness, and that this divine, everything you need is already there within yourself. When we are, like I said, when we are struggling with the world, when we are trying to make the world do what we want it to do, then there's always frustration. There's always ups and downs. And sometimes you succeed, sometimes you don't. Now, one of the great modern mystics, David Hawkins, he distinguishes between force and power. Now, force is what we, as individuals, as egos, force is what we use. We look at the world, we're not satisfied with it, we say it needs to be different, and so then we apply force to it. We try to make things different, try to make things change, depending on our intelligence, our dedication, our willpower, and so forth. We may succeed. We may get things to change and become different, but sometimes we don't. But it's always with a struggle, and it's always a kind of limited value. So that's force, but on the other, power. Power is what comes from your own true self. When you're kind of out of the way and letting that self function, then what comes from it is can do anything. Literally, it can do anything because it's not limited by the body and the mind. And you can refer to it as the will of God. And this is basically fundamental kind of source for satisfaction, happiness, and spiritual growth is to surrender to God. The basic attitude in spiritual life is thy will be done. Not my will, not my personal will, which is normally what we're doing is trying to make my personal will happen, but thy will. Then gradually you'll develop an intuitive sense and an attunement so that what comes through you, the actions that come through you, is coming from a higher source and is for the good, not only of yourself, but for everybody. We're all, like I said, we're all kind of individual expressions of one consciousness. There's one self. Within ourselves, the self which is within us, the consciousness, where that same self is within everybody else. Normally, we have cut ourselves off from that. We're isolated as living as separate beings, separate from everybody else, separate from the universe, separate from God, from everything, and we're just living our kind of individual life. But gradually through yoga, you develop an attunement, and then gradually through the sense of surrender, you develop an attunement to that deeper self, and then it gradually begins to function within you. it becomes a kind of an intuitive sense that once your ego, your mind says, it kind of stands back and says, okay, God, you do it, then that deeper wisdom, that deeper power can begin to become. There is within each and every individual a source of tremendous intelligence and tremendous power. And that's kind of who we are. And this is what we're trying to do in life, is ultimately to remember that, to get back to that. And this is what yoga ultimately is all about. It's getting reunited with that infinite, kind of blissful essence, which is who we are. So when we are dealing with life, looking at life from the standpoint of what I like, what I don't like, what I want, what I don't want, then there's, like I said, there's always ups and downs, and good and bad, and disturbances and unhappiness. But as we go deeper into the yoga and into this idea of spirit, gradually we have an attunement where we feel that instead of me struggling with life, trying to constantly change and make things redo, we begin to sense that life is just flowing, and I'm just flowing with it. I'm in harmony with it. And then we find that most of our conflicts are over, and we can accomplish things that we never would have dreamed possible. So this is the purpose of yoga is to regain that awareness. And there is I can tell you right now, I can tell you a very deep spiritual truth, and as soon as I tell it to you, you'll say, okay, for sure, obvious. That truth, which has profound spiritual significance, is that you only live in the present moment. You're actually only living right now. You're not living yesterday, and you're not living tomorrow. Always, we're in the present moment, and the reason that is the deep spiritual truth is because in our true consciousness, in our awareness as consciousness, then it's always present. We're always in the present. And so when you understand that, when you begin, and then you realize you only have to deal with the now, then life becomes very simple. We have so many problems, so many difficulties, things we don't know how to solve or what to do at all. But right now we don't have any problems. Right now all you have to do is just sit there. You don't even have to pay attention. You can just do whatever you want. There's no problem right now. You may have 100 problems as soon as you leave, but right now you don't have any problems. But the difficulty is that usually we bring, in the background, we bring that our 100 problems we bring with us now. It's like you have a huge load that you're always carrying around. And as Ramana Maharshi said, if you're going from Calcutta to Varanasi, you can carry your luggage on your head the whole time, or you can put it on the luggage rack and relax. And this is, gradually we have to kind of learn to do that, is to just relax, let life kind of flow. And it's all right to want things, to try to achieve things, but don't pin your happiness on it. But just, you develop a sense that, okay, I'm in the hands of God, I just do what I can do, and don't feel that you have to straighten everything out, or that you have to save the world, but realize behind the whole world is God and the presence of God. And so this is gradually what you're trying to do in yoga, as you said, yoga is equilibrium. It's getting a connection so that your life begins to flow smoothly through you, and you begin to accomplish what you were meant to accomplish, what the purpose of your life was. And this is always available. Like I said, if you stop to think about it, this idea, okay, we only live in the present moment, it's obvious. You can't live yesterday. The mind can live in yesterday's memories, or it can live in worries about the future, but physically what you actually experience is what's right now. And when you understand that, and when you start to just think in terms of, okay, dealing with just what's not now, then you see how simple and uncomplicated life becomes. You know, one of the biggest things that keeps people from being happy is worry. For most people, there's a chronic undercurrent of worry going on like all the time. And worry is totally worthless. If you have a problem, the worry doesn't help you solve the problem at all. It just keeps you unstable, keeps you frightened and upset. If you have a problem, it doesn't mean that you don't try to deal with the problems, that you ignore the problems and try to pretend they're not there. But if you have a problem, then instead of worrying about it and running it over and over in your mind, you need to just get in a very relaxed, kind of open state of mind, and then ask yourself, what am I going to do about it? What can I do to help this problem? And you don't have to solve the whole problem. Often they're very complicated, and basically you don't know. That's why you're so worried, is you don't know how to solve the problem. But if you can come up with like one step, one tiny step that will improve the problem, then you'll tend to find that if you can take one step, next step will come unfold before you. But if you can take just one tiny step, you can say, okay, I can do this. Say it's a relationship problem. Somebody you don't get along, you say, okay, next day, tomorrow, when I see that person, I'll just smile and say good morning. Sometimes that'll break the ice. Sometimes that'll solve the whole problem. But even if it doesn't, at least you feel, okay, I'm in control now. I can deal with this. It's something I can handle. And that sense of being overwhelmed, of being kind of lost and not knowing what to do, it tends to go away. So when you have a problem or some difficult situation that you don't know what to do, that is to just try to find one little thing that'll improve it. Because when you find that one little thing and you take it, it's like everything starts to kind of move into sync with it, and you find that it gradually, the problem goes away. The other thing, though, about worry is that most of the things that we worry about, they never happen. It's just imagination. That, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if I lose my job? But most of the time, it never happens. And even if the thing that we're worried about happens, it turns out not to be that bad. We survive it. We can get through it. And so, like I said, this is one of the greatest causes of suffering in people. And something that is totally worthless is worry. And again, it's part of being able to control what the mind is doing of the outside, rather than just letting yourself be overwhelmed by whatever the mind happens. Now, I think I'm almost out of time, right? It's 10 o'clock now? Yeah. So I'll stop now. But this is it, is that yoga we have the wonderful spiritual teachings of Vedanta, in scriptures and so forth. But the yoga is the practice of actually putting it in practice, and that's when you get the benefit of it. That's when you really find the same. So, okay, so thank you. Good. Alex, I'm very happy to be this. Thanks to COVID, this has been a kind of a small crowd this year.
Questions and
We've got a lot online.
Huh?
There are a lot online.
Yeah, I know. I found this at our own center that before when we do on-site classes, we get maybe 20, 30 people, but online we get sometimes hundreds. I mean, all over the world. So it's a plus and a minus.
anyone has any question for Swamiji?
Yeah. See, you read books on like Vedanta philosophy, it seems very high level, very abstract, but it's every bit of practice, every bit you put in practice, has practical, deeply practical events on your life and your own kind of state of mind and joy. So, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Thank you so much, Swami, for this wonderful presentation. Educator, yeah. This is something from the temple. Gift. Such an honor to listen to you on a beautiful Saturday morning when Swami Vivekananda. Thank you so much. The wonderful topic of equilibrium. It's very important for our as yoga students and practitioners. Swami Vivekananda said, the sadhana, the yoga practice, is like a bird, flight of a bird. He said, for a bird to fly, it needs two wings. Obviously, it needs two wings, and it needs a tail. The one wing is Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, path of love. The other wing is path of Jnana Yoga, the path of wisdom. And the rudder, the tail that it has to navigate how it should fly, where it should fly, is the Raja Yoga, the science of meditation. So in this beautiful small example, Swami Vivekananda said, basically you need all three of these for a bird to fly. And the act of flight itself is called Karma Yoga. So how beautiful it is. So he's integrating all of the four major parts of yoga in that beautiful example. You need a Bhakti Yoga as a one way, you need a Jnana Yoga as the other way, and then you need the tail, the rudder to navigate yourself in your path of your sadhana is the Jnana Yoga, Raja Yoga, the science of meditation. All put together, it becomes the Karma Yoga, the act, path of action. So thank you, Swamiji. That's a beautiful talk. How we can integrate all of these into our equilibrium, into our balance in our daily lives, in our practice of yoga. How do we take this practice, lessons of teachings, of wisdom, of like Swamiji's, into our own practice, into our own daily lives? That is where the wisdom is. It is not just doing asanas all the time. It is much more than, deeper than the asanas. Thank you for the beautiful talk.
Can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay, good. Thank you so much, Prasad. Thank you, Swamiji. One of the ways we can do our practice today, very simply, during the conference is ahimsa, by practicing non-harming, masking up properly, distancing, all those things, so we don't harm others. That is the root of Raja Yoga, the royal path. It comes even before the asana, which reminds me, next we have Surya Namaskar with Prasad, sun salutations, salutations to the sun. The sun is like the self. The self is always shining equally in everybody. like the sun, shines equally on everybody, whether you're a thief, a saint, or something in between. The self is there in everyone as well. So we're going to do Surya Namaskar with Prasad, who does so much work behind the scenes. I'm always blown away by how much goes on to put the festival together. So thank you, Prasad. He is co-chair of the Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago yoga program and also of this festival. He's a lifelong yoga student and a teacher by vocation. He received training in yoga in India from his high school teacher, Padma Raju. Later in the US, he received his 200 and 500-hour training from Poonam Gupta, who I think is watching online. She's in New York. And he's been teaching yoga here at the Hindu Temple for 15 years and has grown that program exponentially and has made it so inclusive and many, many new teachers coming out of it. He received his PhD in computer science from the University of Illinois at Chicago. Thank you so much, Prasad, and we're looking forward to practice with you.
For that introduction. Today, because it's a full day, almost like until 3 p.m. today, we have many wonderful talks. This is the only time we need to warm up ourselves just to make sure we can sit through. It's interesting that yoga and the martial arts, they were all developed for the practitioners to stay longer in their practice. The main purpose of asanas is actually dharana, the focus, and dhyana, the meditation. People cannot meditate for too long, and then that's how they keep up with this yoga and martial arts. So that makes you healthier, stronger, and focused. That's why it is important. The Surya Namaskar has been practiced for thousands of years in India, every day in the morning. So it's a great way to warm up ourselves, and then great way to integrate some of the teachings of Raja Yoga, science of meditation, science of dharana, dhyana. All of these things will come up in the next few presentations. But this is the only time for us to be able to warm up and stand up and do some warm-ups, okay? So the Surya Namaskar is the best way. It's a complete warm-up for us. So no, you don't need to have expertise in this. Anybody should be able to practice. And I know we have like about 25 people watching online. You can also join as we practice. You can bring a mat or something, or blanket, anything that you would like, people who are watching online. We have about 15 people, or maybe so, or maybe slightly 15, about 15 people in the auditorium, but 25 people are watching on the video. So everybody, please stand up, come palms in Anjali Mudra, close to the heart center. Feel free to close your eyes so you can bring your awareness inwardly. And then slowly on your inhale, reaching up to the ceiling, to the sky, warming up your body, honoring the light and the sun. Feel free to bend backwards. And then exhaling slowly, folding forward, like a swan dives onto the lake. Feel free to bend the knees, keep your chest on your thighs, and forehead towards the knees. Engage your sacrum, which is near the sacrum, close to the second energy center in our spine, along the spine. So focus on that, on your forward bends. Place your palms on the mat, step back with the right foot, and lift your head up. Focus on the Ajna Chakra. You can keep the right knee on the mat, relax your shoulder muscles. It's a beautiful way of honoring the light in every one of these 12 postures. Palms on the mat, step back with the left foot, spine and the legs in a straight line. Engage your core muscles, engage your navel area, Agni, the Manipura chakra.
And you can do Ashtanga Namaskara. Knees on the mat, soften the elbows, chest on the mat, chin on the mat. And then from here you can slowly come up into the Cobra, keeping your hips down, everything down, just using your back strength, relaxing your shoulder muscles. Lift your head up, focus on the Ajna Chakra, shoulders away from your ears. And then push your palms, and then slowly come up into the downward facing dog. As you lift yourself up, lift your tailbone high, try to keep the spine in a straight line, legs in a straight line, as you're slowly pressing your heels to the ground, if that is possible. But if you're not able to press your heels to the ground, just try to keep the knees straight, legs straight, spine straight, lift the tailbone high as you can. And then slowly prepare to bring the right leg forward, slowly come back to the lunge again. Step inside your right hand, you can keep the left knee on the mat. Head up, focus on the Ajna Chakra. A simple classical consolidation, not any variations in this. Step forward with the left leg, fold forward. Again, feel free to bend the knees, chest on your thighs, forehead to the knees, engage your sacrum, and then prepare to do swan like Urdhva, like all the way, Urdhva Hastasana. Arms back to the Anjali Mudra, arch your spine backwards. Slowly as we warm up, as we engage each and every energy chakra, palms back to the heart center. So before we begin the second one, you can bring the arms to the next to yourself. Come back to the mountain pose. As this microphone is making it too sensitive, it's making too loud noise. Okay. Arms to Anjali Mudra again, heart center. Inhale, reaching up, arching back. Open up your throat center. Exhale, swan dive. Feel free to bend the knees, chest on your thighs, engage your sacrum. Forehead to the knees. Now this time we're going to step back with the left leg. Palms on the mat, step back with the left foot. Into the lunge. Head up, focus on the Ajna Chakra. Left knee on the mat. Simple equestrian pose. We're not adding any variations here. Simple classical consolidation. Right leg back, spine in a straight line, legs in a straight line. Palakasana here, take a deep inhale. Exhale, Ashtanga Namaskara. Knees on the mat, soften the elbows, chest on the mat, chin on the mat. Now slowly lower your hips down, going into the Cobra. Use your back strength, just lift yourself up, shoulders away from your ears. Engage the legs on the mat. The entire focus is on your lower back. Lifting yourself up, using your back strength. And then press your palms down as you slowly come up into the downward facing dog. Ujjayi breathing. Whenever we come back to the downward facing dog, this is like a very beautiful relaxing pose. Continue to inhale, continue to exhale, and focus inwardly. Either you are in your core, on your Ajna Chakra, anywhere, somewhere inwardly. Bring your focus and awareness inwardly. Ujjayi breathing. Inhaling through the throat, exhaling through the throat. So take yourself, pause yourself in this downward facing dog. Now prepare to lift the left leg and slowly step forward with the left foot, back to the lunge. Head up, focus on the Ajna Chakra. Feel free to keep the right knee on the mat. Relax the shoulder muscles. And then step forward. Back to the Uttanasana. Chest on your thighs, engage your sacrum, and slowly lift yourself up. Back to the Urdhva Hastasana, reaching up. Head squeeze between your biceps, arch your back, deepening the back bend, opening up your throat, and palms back to the heart center. And then arms down. So that's very simple classical vanilla consolidation, where you have 12 poses. Each pose represents a mantra. In ancient times, people came up with the mantras. This each mantra, like think of these 12 poses, and the consolidation is like 12 hours in a day, like 12 hours in the night, or 12 months in a year. So it's celestially aligned. This, what you're practicing in consolidation is aligned with planet
and the universe. Not only our inner energy, it is aligned with the universal energy. So that is how each of these 12 poses have a different significant mantra that honors the light, honors the sun. So we can practice the same thing with the mantras this time. Palms in Anjali Mudra. Feel free to chant along if you like. Otherwise, just follow me. And later on, this mantra, the purpose of the mantra is not only as you makes your movements more rhythmically, it integrates the prana, the vital living force in your body. So there is a double purpose for these mantras. It engages each and every one of those energy chakras. It engages your prana, the vital living force. It also makes you very rhythmic practice, very rhythmic. You don't need to even count. You just chant the mantras. Om Mitraya Namaha. Om Ravaye Namaha. Om Suryaya Namaha. So back to the right leg. Om Banave Namaha. So back to the left. Om Khagaya Namaha. Om Bhusne Namaha. Om Hiranya Garbhaya Namaha. Om Marijve Namaha. Prepare to step forward with the same leg. Back to the lunge. Om Adityaya Namaha. Om Savitre Namaha. Om Arkaya Namaha. Om Bhaskaraya Namaha. And back to the same sitting. That's as simple as that. Every posture has a mantra and it has significance. You're honoring the light, honoring the sun. And think of them like 12 hours. So that's the explanation. But you can do it. You don't need to even wait for my instructions. You can chant mentally as we practice each of those 12 postures. Om Mitraya Namaha. Om Ravaye Namaha. Om Suryaya Namaha. Step back to the left foot. Om Panave Namaha. Om Khagaya Namaha. Om Bhusne Namaha. Notice I changed to Chaturanga this time, but your choice, Ashtanga or Chaturanga. Inhale, slowly come up into the up dog or cobra, your choice. Om Bhusne Namaha. Om. Like when you're coming up to the Dhamma facing back. Om Mariche Namaha. Step forward with the left foot. Om Adityaya Namaha. Om Savitre Namaha. Om Arkaya Namaha. Om Bhaskaraya Namaha. That's it. We will do one more. This is like vanilla consolidation. Depending on the time, you can go a little more. So as to a little more rigorous practice so that you warm up quickly. Close your eyes. Focus on your heart center. Focus on your navel area. Observe the breath. Observe the prana. Swami Vivekananda explains really well in Raja Yoga how to integrate, how to study the mind. Like a scientist in a laboratory. In a scientist, the physicists and the scientists, they study the external world, they study the universe. But as a yogi, we study our inner world, our inner realms of our inner self. And to do that, to really study ourselves, the mind is the instrument. And what we are studying is the mind itself. Unlike we are studying outer world, this is like studying into the inner world. So the mind is the instrument, the mind is the object and the target of the study. So that is how the science of meditation begins. That is how the Raja Yoga begins. That is how you integrate the breath. That is how you study the breath. That is how the pranayama, that is how you extend the extension of your life force. That is how you integrate the mind and the body and the spirit. That is the essence of Raja Yoga. So let's do a couple more of these consolidations. Palms in Anjali Mudra. Inhale, touching up, all the way up. Arching back.
Exhale, swan dive. Now you can do a lot of variations. Arms on the mat, sit back, walk back into the plank. Deep inhale, exhale, chaturanga. Inhale, up dog. Exhale, down dog. As you go, practice longer and longer. You can increase the pace, rhythm. You can press your heels down. We can do a lot of these variations. Slowly lift the left leg up to the sky. Deep inhale. Exhale, all the way forward. Back to the lunge. And feel free to keep the right knee on the mat, palms in Anjali Mudra, and at the Anjaneya Asana. Deep surrendering, yielding pose. Feel free to open your arms. Feel free to extend your elbows, interlock your hands. It's a beautiful devotional practice. You add the Bhakti Yoga into this practice. In addition to the Raja Yoga, you add the Bhakti Yoga. That is what, and then you bring the wisdom of the Jnana Yoga into these, integrate all of this Bhakti, Jnana, and the Raja. All we can put together, they become the Karma Yoga, the path of action. Fingertips back on the mat, step forward, back to the Uttanasana, and back to the Urdhva, reaching up, all the way up. Arms back to the heart center. We'll do one or couple more as we warm up. Hopefully, I know it takes a long time to warm up. We have 5 more minutes to warm up and see whatever makes sense. Let's see a little bit more intense. Maybe you can spread the mat, like spread out your feet, place your hands on your hips. Very nice. Slowly fold forward, hinge from the hips, and then feel free to rotate your upper body. Inhale, coming up. Exhale, going down. Inhale, coming up. And when you come to the center, feel free to arch backwards. Push your hips forward, arch your spine backwards. And then slowly exhale. So as you do this warm-ups, place your hands on the mat. Feel free to fold your right knee, extend the left leg. Skandasana, slowly come back up. Inhale, other side. Inhale, come back up. Slowly again. You can reach for the edges of the feet as you bring the head close to the center of the feet. Feel free to use the gravity, keep the spine straight and elongated. And then slowly with control come up. Very nice. Palms in Anjali Mudra. Now turn your right foot out, extend your arms, fold your right knee into the Warrior 2. Virabhadrasana 2. Look towards the middle finger of your right hand. And then feel free to keep the right elbow on your right thigh. Extend the left side of the body. It becomes the side angle pose. Feel free to include that alignment in your body, not only the breath integrated, but also the alignment in your body in your practice. Slowly, you can even feel free to keep the right arm on the mat into this extended side angle. You don't need the support of the hand on the thigh. Also, you can add a lot of these variations. You can add like a revolved side angle pose. You can keep the left hand on the mat, right hand up to the sky. You can keep back to the side angle pose. And then back to the Warrior 2. Very nice. If you have a little more time, we can go into the even one leg balancing postures. You can keep the weight on the front leg and lift the back leg up. Half moon pose. Engage the spine and the leg in a straight line. Focus on your navel area so you will not lose any balance. You can do the revolved half moon pose. You can bring the palms to the heart center. You can do flying warrior. You can do Warrior 3. Lots of these variations. And then you can lower the left leg down, back to the Warrior 1. Front knee is bent, back leg is straight. And then whenever you're ready, slowly come back to the wide leg stance pose. So since we are limited time, but this is the best we can do, slowly warming up our body, heating up our body. So now we're going to do the left side. Left leg out, extend the arms, and then slowly Warrior 2 on the left. Look towards the middle finger of your left hand, and feel free to come into the side angle pose. And feel free to keep the left hand on the mat all the way. And then you can do revolved side angle if you feel like. Keep the right hand on the mat. Feel free to lower the right knee to the ground if you like. Side angle, revolved side angle pose. You can do lots of these variations. Focus on your lower back. Focus on your engaging your sacrum area here. Right elbow outside of your left knee, side angle pose. You can feel free to lift the right knee up as you come into the side angle pose. Anything that makes sense to you. Back to the revolved side angle and back to the side angle. And back to the warrior two. Focus on your wristy. Focus on your alignment. Focus on your breath. Now shift the weight to the left foot. Lift the right leg up. Half moon pose. Spine and the right leg is in a straight line. Focus on your navel area. Palms to the heart center. Again, your spine and the right leg is in a straight line. Revolve half moon if you feel like. And then also palms to the heart center. And then open up your arms like flying warrior. Palms to the heart center. Warrior 3. Still keep the spine and the right leg in a straight line. Palms to the heart center. And then you can step the right leg back onto the mat. As you step back to the warrior 1. And then whenever you're ready, come back up. That's good. Hopefully you've warmed up a little bit so we can sit and meditate and listen to the wonderful wisdom of many, many speakers afterwards. So that's it. Palms. As you slowly sit down, squat down, you feel whatever you feel like doing it. Coming into this simple squatting down. It's a beautiful posture. This is one of my favorite because it relieves any tightness in your lower back. Any pain in your lower back. Some of us have back pain. This helps really, really well. So that's it. You can, if you can keep the heels ground, it's great. If not, that's fine. That's about it. Now sit quietly. Okay, so what did we learn so far? We learned how to integrate the equilibrium. How to integrate all the 4 major parts of yoga in our first talk. So as we go along, I think we are going on time. So now the next beautiful talk is going to be our co-chair, Kali Om, and she is going to be talking about Vivekananda, Sankalpa and you. So Kali Om Behan is my mentor. She and I have been organizing this VIEW conference. I guess it's the 9th year. Since 150th birth anniversary, we've been hosting the Vivekananda conference. Kali Om is a very experienced RYT 500 teacher. She's an adjunct professor of yoga at the DePaul University. She's author of an independent author. The last book that I know that she wrote is 2018 book Beyond on the Mat. She may be writing many others, and she regularly publishes in Yoga Chicago magazine. And she has dedicated her life to the practice, study, and teaching of yoga since 1998. She is a disciple of Sri Dharmamitra and has completed 200, 500, and 800 hours teacher training under him. She also studied 5 times in Mysore, India, under Sri K. Pratap Jois, none other than the founder of Ashtanga Yoga. So she has, these are just few of these accomplishments. There are many more that I don't have here. She is also certified in psychic development, yoga nidra, yoga therapy, gentle restorative yoga, prenatal yoga, seniors yoga, hormone yoga therapy, and menopause. So her column and cartoon appears in Yoga Chicago magazine. She leads workshops, trainings, and retreats, both online and in person, especially during this COVID time. And she never stopped practicing. She never stopped teaching, whether it's online or in person. And I have admiration. I admire and respect Kali Om Behan. So I invite her to give her next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prasad, for the Surya Namaskar and the other asana. Everyone feel a little better? Yeah, there's nothing like moving the prana through the body because then you can calm the mind. Can you hear me? I think the mask keeps me from breathing on it, making that sound. So, another good reason to wear your mask. I teach in health clubs. I'm teaching 17 or 19 classes a week right now. Some are online, but most are in person. And masks are de rigueur, or however you say it in French. And then everyone practices safely. It's a little bit of a skill to breathe in the mask while doing the asana. So thank you all for cooperating. My Guru Dharma always says to be obedient. It's so hard. It's so hard. So I'm going to talk about Swami Vivekananda Sankalpa and you, us the individual, what this means for us. Swamiji talked a lot about the mind and its control, and it's so funny because so many things in my talk will just reiterate what he said. That's what usually happens at this festival. There's an alignment among all the speakers. But I like to chant a little bit to get us tuned in. Everyone's nicely distanced, but if you're not comfortable, just do it mentally. We'll start with the Om. Inhale. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, fix your mind on me alone. Rest your thoughts on me alone. And in me alone, you will rest hereafter of this. There is no doubt. That's in the Swami Nikhilananda translation of Bhagavad Gita, which you can find down the street at the Vivekananda Vedanta Center. It's in the bookstore there. Let's do mantra to Lord Ganesh to remove our obstacles. Sometimes the biggest obstacle is our belief in our thoughts, that they're real. It should be on a slide. Calm response. May the Lord Ganesh guide and protect us. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Pahimam. Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Rakshinam. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Pahimam. Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Rakshinam. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Pahimam. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Pahimam. Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Rakshinam. Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Rakshinam. Together. Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Pahimam. Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Shri Ganesha, Rakshinam. Oh, that's last year, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, so inside the Ganesh lunchbox, inside the Ganesh bag, there should be a thumb drive. So the thumb drive is in there. It will have 2022. We don't need that. Let's do Om Namah Shivaya. So this means both I bow to Lord Shiva and I bow to myself. It's inside the Ganesh lunchbox, inside the bag. That's glasses, yeah.
We can go follow.
Wow, if only this happened all the time. You say something and it becomes real. That's the subject of my talk. There it is. remember when they first started live TV? Let's do mantra to Lord Shiva. Shiva represents the Supreme Self. He is the first yogi, Adi Yogi. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Now you, Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Together, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. 5 times chanting, Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Swamiji talked quite a bit about quieting the mind to find that equilibrium. One way to do that is through chanting mantra, and every tradition has its mantras. Try it and see if it works. There are all these different tricks from yoga, and you have to use the ones that work. So, Swami Vivekananda. How many of you have read this book, Vivekananda, A Biography? I know one of you has. That makes 2 of us. Highly, highly recommended. So you know he came to the U.S. in 1893 and introduced the concept of yoga union to the West. Here in Chicago, at what is now the Art Institute. How he got here is a long story. He was a devotee of Ramakrishna in India, a great saint, both of jnana yoga, of wisdom, and bhakti, of devotion. A long story, but he was a devotee of Sri Ramakrishna and became a Swami after he passed. He was one of Ramakrishna's favorites. And he had renounced worldly life, family life, and was traveling all through India and saw all the different conditions from the top, the north in the Himalaya, all the way down south to Kanyakumari at the very bottom tip of India. And it was there that he had a vision. He wanted to do good work in India, but also there was the question of how to spread the word of yoga and how to fund such a thing. Oh, I don't know if I can read this without my glasses. He was at Cape Comoros that he became as excited as a child. He rushed to the temple to worship the Divine Mother. He prostrated himself before the Virgin Goddess. As he came out and looked at the sea, his eyes fell upon a rock. Swimming to it through the shark-infested waters, he sat on a stone. His heart thumped with emotion. His great journey from the snow-capped Himalaya to the land's end was complete. He traveled the whole length of the Indian subcontinent, his beloved motherland, which together with his earthly mother was superior to heaven itself. So he was sitting on the stone when he remembered everything he had seen, all the contrasts of India, and reflected upon it. And through his austerity and self-control, abhyasa and vairagya, the Swami had conserved great spiritual power. His mind had been filled with the wisdom of the East and the West. He received an abundance of Sri Ramakrishna's blessings. He also had many spiritual experiences of his own. He must use all these assets, he concluded, for the service of God and man. But what was to be the way? And he realized he was going to take an army of people to do this, and he asked himself, where would he find the fellow workers to help him in this gigantic task? The Swami, brooding alone and in silence on that point of rock off the tip of India, the vision came. There flashed before his mind the new continent of America, a land of optimism, great wealth, and unstinted generosity. He saw America as a country of unlimited opportunities, where people's minds were free from the encumbrance of caste or class. He would give the receptive Americans the ancient wisdom of India and bring back to his motherland in exchange the knowledge of science and technology. If he succeeded in his mission to America, he would not only enhance India's prestige in the West, but create a new confidence among his own people. He recalled the earnest requests of his friends to represent India in the forthcoming Parliament of Religion in Chicago. And in particular, he remembered of a particular friend who'd been the first to encourage him to go and take it by storm and then return. So a whole bunch of things happened between those two things. How to get here, how to get to this Parliament of World Religion. They changed the date on him. He got to Chicago in July, and he found out it was changed to September, so he went to Boston for a while, because Chicago was expensive back then. And Boston was cheaper, and his Boston friend said, go back to Chicago, but he didn't have the invitation to the Parliament that he was going to speak at. And he was out of money. It's a long story. It's really beautifully written here. Anyway, let's see if I can find the spot. The train bearing Vivekananda to Chicago arrived late, and he had mislaid the address of the committee in charge of the delegates to the Parliament. He did not know where to turn for help, and no one bothered to give information to this foreigner of strange appearance, wearing all orange and wearing his big turban. Moreover, the station was located in a part of the city inhabited mostly by Germans who could hardly understand his language. He knew he was stranded there, and looking around saw a huge empty wagon and spent the night in the back of that wagon. In the morning, he woke up smelling fresh water and walked along the fashionable Lakeshore Drive, which was lined with the mansions of the wealthy. And he kept asking people how to get to this Parliament. But he was met with indifference. You know how Chicago people can be. I do. Hungry and weary, he knocked at several doors for food and was rudely treated by the servants. His soiled clothes and unshaven face gave him the appearance of a tramp. Besides, he'd forgotten that he was in a land that knew thousands of ways of earning the almighty dollar, but was unfamiliar with Franciscan poverty or the ways of religious vagabonds. He sat down exhausted on the sidewalk and was noticed from an opposite window. I think this is in the Gold Coast. The mistress of the house sent for him and asked Swami if he was a delegate to the Parliament of Religion. He told her of his difficulties. The lady, Mrs. George W. Hale, a society woman of Chicago, gave him breakfast and looked after his needs. When he had rested, she accompanied him to the office of the Parliament and presented him, and so on. But he had faith, not fear, when he sat down. And he also had his vision. He knew he was supposed to be here. Vision comes, intuition comes when the mind is still. All the answers are in our heart, but we often don't hear them because the mind is churning, and try to do the bidding of the ego. But again, he ended up speaking at this Parliament. His first words were, "Sisters and brothers in America," and that drew thunderous applause. And from then on, everyone wanted to hang on his every word. And he's talking about the unity of all religions and how they all lead to the same place. So that's his story. He also had Sankalpa. Sankalpa, what is that? Sankalpa is willpower or the determination to make things happen. He also had that. Sankalpa, from Yoga Vashista is defined as the word for thought and ideation, but sankalpa also means to want, to wish, and to will. It's using your imagination in a positive, creative way. It's commonly called an intention. All these terms, will, intention, wish, imagination, indicate the function of the internal instrument of perception designated by the common word mind. You might remember that movie, The Promise. That's New Age taking a piece of old Indian yoga wisdom, taking a piece of it and often using it for one's personal ends. Anyway, but they're taking this idea. The law of sankalpa is if you look at something repeatedly, you will think about it repeatedly. Repeated thought becomes habituated thought. Habituated thought sinks into the unconscious and becomes the law of our life. So if you're doom scrolling the news all the time and you're depressed, there might be a relationship there. If you're looking at positive, uplifting things, if you're going out into nature, your mindset might be a little bit different. If you're coming here for how many hours today? Many hours today, 6 hours, you'll have a different mindset than if you were at home, click, click, click. A habituated thought sinks into the unconscious and becomes the law of our life. It becomes our vasana, our deeply rooted subconscious tendencies. It becomes our karma, how we act. It becomes our attractions and our aversions. So this gives us some power. If we change what we look at and what we think about, we can change our life. The law of sankalpa says that any sankalpa that is consistently maintained and is not conflicted or contradicted tends towards grossification. If we have a thought and we keep going into that groove over and over, it often becomes true. Whatever you fixate on gets more and more real to you. Habituated thought becomes your worldview. We see this in America right now. It also works in religion. If you have a St. Christopher medal or a fetish of some sort, protection against something. I think President Obama used to carry Hanuman in his pocket, did he not? If you believe it'll work, it works. So that's how powerful the mind is. The Bible said, "Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe ye shall receive them, and ye shall have them." When an idea exclusively occupies your mind, it's transformed into an actual physical or mental state. The subtle becomes the gross. Some yogis say this whole world, everything we perceive, is Ishvara's sankalpa. It's the Lord's sankalpa. But we're helping by our own mind states and beliefs. We're all little bits of this creation. Thoughts have power. Thoughts are things. Thoughts become things, and your mind is more powerful than you think. Each of us has about 50,000 thoughts a day, 80% of which are said to be emotion. A lot of our thoughts coming out of our thought factory are pretty useless. So it's our job to choose which ones to focus on. We are like quality control of the thought factory. Toss some out and keep some, and realize we have control over them. That's an abhyasa. Practice. The problem is the mind moves at lightning speed, and we can only think one thought at a time. But that also gives us a little bit of control when we understand how it works. That's why the path of Raja Yoga is so wonderful. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, it teaches us about the mind and how it works. Once you know your overlord, you can overthrow him. Let's sit for a moment, close your eyes and tune in, and just do a little bit of svadhyaya, self-study. And what are your habituated thoughts? Do you always mutter under your breath, cursing others? Do you mutter under your breath, cursing yourself? Do you put out one face to the world and have another one at home when no one's looking? Are you a worrier? Swamiji talked about worry. Worry is like praying for the thing that you don't want. Because the more you think about the worst possible outcome, the more it grossifies, the more tangible and solid it becomes. That's my experience. I worry about stuff, something worse usually happens. In every situation, like Swami Vivekananda, we have this choice of fear or faith. So the suggestion is to watch your thoughts, have productive thoughts, visualize the best, and think of the best. If you are bombarded by negative thoughts, use a mantra. And again, in whatever tradition is meaningful to you, that mantra from that tradition. Mantra means to cross over the mind. And it is very calming. I've used it countless times when I'm disturbed. And it always works, and then you get clear-headed, and then you can confront whatever the issue is with a clear head. Another way to deal with worry and all this is to ask God for help or to help others. Call your friend, ask them how they're doing, and then shut up and listen. Help others. Takes you out of your head. Takes you out of your habituated thought. The Yoga Sutras invite us to do opposite thought. In Sutra 2.33, Patanjali says, when disturbed by negative thoughts, opposite one should be thought of. When we cultivate an opposite thought, it causes us first to observe the fact that we're thinking a negative thought in the first place, and then we turn it on its head. The sutras also have in the first pada, verse 33, 4 ways to relate to others. So if other people are disturbing you, and we have a lot of this now in America, don't we? Everyone else is the problem. I'm not the problem. We are invited to cultivate attitudes of friendliness towards the happy instead of tearing down someone who's successful. Compassion towards the unhappy. That person's miserable. I felt miserable too. Oh, I feel their pain. Putting yourself in the place of others, which is the next one, which is compassion. Delight in the virtuous. If you see a holy person, instead of thinking, I could never be like that, be delighted that they exist and are providing an example. And disregard toward the wicked. I feel like we have this thing where someone's doing something we might not agree with. Isn't there something going on in Australia with the tennis player? Everyone's divided about that. And, we all have an opinion, and we all have to join in and say what our opinion is about these things. What if we just disregard it? Change the channel, as Swamiji said. We can do this very much literally with our media intake. What do you look at? What do you look at before bed? Are you a doom scroller? How does that make you feel? How do you feel when you read scripture or look at art or go out into nature? Watch what you give your mind to play with. I've been obsessed with cults lately and watching a lot of things about cults and mind control and how all that works. And then the other day that show just came on, what's it called? All Creatures Great and Small. And I watched that and my mindset completely changed. I'm like, oh, it's so positive, the animals, it's so sweet. Watch what you give your mind to play with. Your mind is like a child, and you're giving it these toys, and it's going to play with the toys you give it. So whatever you feed it, it's going to chew on. And we have a lot of control over this. It doesn't seem like it right now when it's just so hard to stay off the news sites, but you can. That goes back to sankalpa and willpower. How do you want your life to look? How many of you had New Year's resolutions for this year? Well, maybe that's not as popular as it used to be, because then my question was going to be, how many of you actually followed through on it? So I teach, health clubs are where I get my rent money. I teach at health clubs, and so at the first of the year, we're just jam-packed with people unless there's a vaccination requirement. We have lots and lots of people, and then by February, we're back to normal. They gave up on their New Year's resolution. Every year, the same thing. This year, it only took 1 week. We were slammed last week and this week. It could be they're all sick, but it's less and less attention span. But our New Year's resolutions are kind of wishy-washy. There's no power behind it. Oh, yeah, I would really like to do so-and-so this year, you know. But in the meantime, I'm going to think about that. So in yoga, we have sankalpa, this powerful intention, this wish, this will. We have a specific intention that we hold on to as we work throughout the day. We keep coming back to this sankalpa over and over again. And in my tradition, if we have one, we might do it for Guru Purnima in the summer, but we write it down, and it's very specific and doable. It might be part of a larger sankalpa for our life, but we write it down, something very specific, something very doable, and then we sign it. And we date it, and we give it to someone we trust. That keeps us accountable. So I invite you to try doing this. We think we're helpless, but we're not. We can control our breath. We can do our practice, abhyasa. We can follow yama and niyama, which are the ethical roots of yoga. And we can reset our internal environment to one of sattva, one of peace, so we can deal with whatever's out there. When our mind is peaceful, this is part of the law of sankalpa, our sankalpa is more likely to come to fruition. When our mind is disturbed or extroverted or a lot of thoughtiness taking place, it's less likely our sankalpa will take place. Ideally, your sankalpa, I'm hoping you're thinking of one, will not only give you more peace, but it will add to the peace of the world. It's in alignment with Ishwara's will. Not selfish, or it will create more karma, but that's not saying what on the surface looks selfish may not be. So if you need a better job, so you are paid better, so you have more time for your practice, that's not selfish. We don't have our quotes by Swami Vivekananda, okay. So what we want to do is watch our thoughts and not conflict our sankalpa. In other words, you write it down and you want it, but then over here you're thinking, well, that'll never happen. You remember that show, We'll Never Make It, We're Doomed? That voice we have to not listen to. Swami Vivekananda says, we are what our thoughts have made us, so take care of what you think. Words are secondary, thoughts live, they travel far. It is the strong person who stands up and said, I will make my fate. He also said, if you wish to cross the ocean of life, you must have an iron will. You must be strong enough to pierce mountains. And of course, the highest form of sankalpa is to find out who you really are in this lifetime, self-realization. And to that, Swami Vivekananda said, arise, awake, and stop not until you reach the goal. Do you have any questions about sankalpa? Let's see if I can find one more quote from Swamiji here. Swami Vivekananda said, if you are really my children, you will fear nothing, stop at nothing, you will be like lions. My prayers and benedictions follow every step you take. Everything will come to you if you have faith. The best way to ultimately have a calm mind is to develop a meditation practice. And you can easily do that 5 minutes a day starting today. Take 5 minutes to tune in and watch your thoughts. If you're like me, you'll be horrified. It's like the director's cut of the worst movie ever made with subtitles in every language. Horrifying. But if you sit and watch and take on Sakshi Bhava, as Swamiji said, the attitude of the witness, eventually they slow, they thin, and then the answers start to come, and you'll know what your sankalpa is. You don't even have to think about it. It takes the ego out of the picture. Let's do a little more mantra. Let's do Om Namo Narayanaya. So we have Nityananda Pradas coming next. Narayana is another name for Krishna, for Ram, for Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. So ideally, whatever peace you get from your practice, we extend it to the world. And in the Shivananda tradition, this mantra is done for world peace and inner peace, like we're sending it out. And then we'll do Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings everywhere be happy and free from suffering. Om Namo Narayanaya together. Om Namo Narayanaya. 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 Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Be receptive to the grace of God, the grace of Swami Vivekananda, of all gurus, residing in your heart, in the heart of everyone as you know yourself. Thank you. This concludes this little bit. Now you've got an amazing speaker. My hips hurt. Not enough asana. Not enough abhyasa. Next up, we have Nityananda Prandas. He's been an active speaker, leader, and counselor in ISKCON Chicago community for 20 years. He leads college outreach efforts at the Illinois Institute of Technology, where he's been a beloved presence for the past 14 years, helping grow the program there into the university's most active student group. He was previously the president of ISKCON, I can never say that, ISKCON centers in Chicago and Naperville. I also believe he's now doing family counseling and parenting coaching. So if you got trouble at home, this is the one to talk to so that you can have that equilibrium, not just here, but out there. He's also well known for incorporating storytelling to convey complex philosophical ideas in an easy and relatable manner. He's a certified parenting and couples coach, helping his clients discover breakthroughs in parenting and relationships. And I believe it's all rooted in Dharma. Yes. So thank you. Welcome, Nityananda Prandas. Thank you so much for coming.
Can you hear me? Back there? Okay. So we'll start with invocation prayers to the spiritual teachers. all the way leading up to the supreme divine couple Sri Radha and Krishna. Om Ajnanatirmirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupah Kada Mahyam Dadati Svapadantikam Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Manojavam Marutatulya Vegam Jitendriyam Buddhimatam Varishtam Vatatmajam Vanarayutha Mukhyam Shri Ramadutam Shirasa Namami Kujantam Rama Rameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavita Shakham Vande Valmiki Kokilam Apadam Apahartaram Dataram Sarvasampadam Lokabhiramam Shri Ramam Bhuyo Bhuyo Namamyaham Dakshine Lakshmano Yasya Vame Cha Janakatmaja Purato Marutir Yasya Tam Vande Raghunandanam. Before I begin, of course, I am very, very grateful to my dear friends Kaliom ji and Prasad ji for inviting me here. This is my 9th year here with you. So being for 9 years, and somehow I try to punish them each year and they seem to like punishment, so they keep calling. And thank you for being here. Unfortunately, for the past couple of years, we've all been forced to keep away from each other, safe enough away. And this year's theme is Sangam, actual meeting, confluence, and being together. So are you going to hit the enter button? So today's topic is visualizing Omkar. So hopefully this is not the first time you're hearing the word Om, correct? This is the first time? We all recite this every day in different ways, in different times, different intensities. And the great sages and saints over generations have given meaning and understanding to this word Om. And I'm going to share how this appears in the Ramayana. How many of you have heard about or the word Ramayana? Okay, good. And in the Ramayana, this actually comes up and it conveys the greatest spiritual truth and reality in a very visual way. And that's what I hope to walk us through for the next 35-40 minutes that we have. So I'm just going to say next and then you hit the button. So next, please. It's great. We had not talked, Kaliom ji and I, but her ending words, the last words that she said in her presentation, is a perfect segue to what I was going to start off with. By offering respects to Swami Vivekananda ji for opening the door. Generally people say he opened the door for the Eastern Vedic philosophy to come to America. It's true. In his honor, I actually like to believe that he opened the door for the West to become introduced to what's out there for the world to appreciate. And he did say, arise, awake, and stop not. Your goal is achieved. It's meant to give an impetus to find the truth, starting with a capital T. Now in our day-to-day lives, we deal with many truths with lowercase t. such as it's very cold right now. Now these, on a day-to-day basis, these truths are called relative truths. Relative because it's cold today, it was not cold a few months ago, and will not be cold a few months later. Or it's cold outside, but here we're all nice and toasty. It's warm, it's comfortable. So that truth is relevant only in a certain reference or in a certain context. But there is something called absolute truth. That absolute truth doesn't change because of place, whether you're in America or China or India or any other part of the world, or doesn't change because of time. Something that was true millions of years ago is true today and will remain true millions of years to come, which means it is eternal. So we all operate in two dimensions, space and time, and something is not valid within that framework is called absolute. So what I'm going to share with you next, Prasad, is from the teachings of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who's the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Next. So here's what we're going to do. This is a picture of the Sangam in this place called Allahabad or Prayagraj, where the Ganga and Jamuna, and there's a third river, Saraswati, but it's not visible. Saraswati is an underground river, but it is said that at this point of confluence, these three rivers meet. And from there on, the river takes on the name Ganga. Although she is Ganga when she begins, she has different names. But from here on, she is called Ganga. But this idea of meeting of three rivers has significance because I'm going to speak of three certain truths that come to meet. And their meeting is what comprises pretty much the entire Vedic teaching encapsulated in these three. Next please. So we're all familiar with Omkar. So please say with me loudly, clearly, slowly. Om. Sounds like O and M together, but it's really not the case. Next please. It is made of three syllables or sounds. A, U, and Ma. And this is what our Vedas describe. And there is a reason behind it. So I'm going to take you to the Ramayana. So I've been studying the Valmiki Ramayana for the past close to 6 years, 5+ years. And the more I study, the less I feel like I have known, and there is so much more to know. It is such a fantastic book. And it's written in form of poetry. And there is one thing about poetry, that the poet says one thing, but means something else. That's why they write it in poetry. And when I went to school, it was in poetry that I got the lowest grades, because I could never figure out why something that's said like this actually meant something else altogether. Until I started studying the work of the original poet, Adi Kavi, Sri Valmiki, in Ramayana. So here's the scenario. Next slide, please. We are going to go to a section in Ramayana called Aranyakanda. So the Ramayana has what we call 7 cantos or kandas, First is called Balakanda. Next is Ayodhya Kanda, Aranya Kanda, Kishkindha Kanda, Sundara Kanda, Yudhya Kanda, and Uttara Kanda. So this picture or scenario, because we are visualizing something, is from the 11th chapter of the Aranya Kanda. The very first verse of it describes Lord Ramachandra, Sita, and Lakshmana walking in the forest. So I'm going to show you that verse. The verse says, Agratah prayayo Rama Sita madhye sumadhyama Prishtatah tu dhanurpani Lakshmano anujagamaha. That's the verse. And the great commentators for over thousands of years describe that. I'm going to take you word by word. We'll start with the very last word in the shloka, ha. When great composers or poets put the word ha in a sentence, it's an exclamation mark, right? And it is to depict in writing a sense of exclamation. Wow! So this is what Valmiki is saying. Wow! The question is, what is he wowing about? And so although the verse literally says, Agrataha prayayo Rama. Ramachandra is walking in front. Sita madhye sumadhyama. Sumadhyama means the slender-waisted Sita. She has a very slender waist. Madhye, she is walking in between. And Prishtataha dhanurpani Lakshmano anujagama. Lakshmana is walking in the back, holding a bow. So what is the wow in this verse? And the great acharyas comment that the wow is in the way the shloka is constructed. It starts with Agrataha prayayo Rama. And Sita madhye su madhyama. The u in the middle of the verse. And at the very last line, Lakshmano anujagama. If I've circled the three words for you, the three syllables, u, and ma. This verse is called the Omkara verse. So Valmiki is seeing Ramachandra, Sita, and Lakshmana walking one behind the other, and he has visualized the Omkara. And that is the wow. So one may say, hold on a second, what is the wow in this? Can we go to the next one? You hit enter. It's already there. Okay, so it's just highlighting the u, and ma in this. So now the entire Ramayana operates on at least 4 levels of reality. So we'll take the very first one. It's the story of how a human being needs to conduct oneself in life such that traversing through what we call from womb to tomb, right, from birth to death, how to follow dharma under all circumstances, when the tides are high or when there are ebbs or flows, in difficulties and in joy, in profit and in loss. That one should always, always, always stick to dharma and never compromise it, because dharma rakshati rakshita. Dharma comes to the protection of a person who protects dharma. The great sage Kalidas says that dharma is like a walking stick. We all have seen persons with a walking stick, and the walking stick helps a person from falling down. But if you keep the walking stick in a corner, it's not going to come to you to help you. So unless and until you pick up the walking stick and walk with it, it cannot protect you. Similarly, dharma is also like that. Unless one follows dharma, dharma cannot protect or help. So it's on the one level of how a human being should operate. The second is that it has a whole set of the Vedic philosophy about the Jiva, the living entity, about Prakriti, and about Purusha, the Supreme Lord, Karma, Kala, etc. Time and one's karma. All of this is parallelly working along in the story of Ramayana. The third reality is I would say, allegory type. Allegory is that this is a story about you and me and she and he and everyone in this living world. In different forms of it, but the essence, the thread through it is applicable to all of us. So there is spiritual truth in it as well. And finally, it's the Leela of the Supreme Lord Ramachandra and his consort, divine consort Sita Devi. So you see Leela happening, you see spiritual truth happening, you find dharmic happening, and a philosophy, meta level, and the story of the dharma level. So it is said that if you read the Ramayana, when you read the lines of the Ramayana, you understand dharma. And when you read between the lines of Ramayana, you understand Brahma, the Supreme Lord, Sri Ramachandra. So poetry is all about reading between the lines. And so this verse is a visual of Omkara. Why? How? We go to the next one. So we're going to start, next one too. We're going to start from here. We're going to start with the Makara, the Ma. And because this is about Sangam, in this road sign where it says the cars coming from the right have to merge into the traffic, this picture has actually three parts to it. One is the ever-flowing traffic on the left. The other is the new traffic coming in. And what connects the traffic on the left to the traffic on the right is the road below. Okay? So there are three aspects here. So we'll go to the very first one, or the last one actually, the Makara. In the Upanishads, there is a verse that identifies what I'm about to tell. The next, please. So Lakshmana says that Prishatah Dhanurpani Lakshmano Anujagamaha. That's the verse. Prishtata means walking in the back. And the word used in Sanskrit is Anujagama. I don't know if you have time for Sanskrit, but if you ever read any Sanskrit verses and you see the prefix Anu before anything, that's where prefixes are put anyway. Anu means to follow or to be subordinate to. Anujagama means following Sita and Ramachandra. So this Lakshmana represents any one of us, the living entity, the Jiva. And the perfection of the living entity is to follow in the path that leads to the Supreme Lord Sri Ramachandra. This is the purpose of human life. It's the purpose of life, but other species cannot necessarily appreciate it, unlike the human being. So the purpose of human life is to, when we say meet or merge into the traffic, it's not that my Toyota Prius becomes the 18-wheeled truck right next to me. It's just that I go along, I meet in traffic. So for a living entity, the purpose is to follow the Supreme. But how? And therefore the word Dhanurpani, he is holding a bow. Now Lakshmana holding a bow means Lakshmana is offering service to Sita and Ramachandra. That is his identity. He is offering service. Although at Actually, Ramachandra is also holding a bow, but the verse does not say it. It says Lakshmana Dhanushpani. Now, for each one of us as a living entity, we have what is called dharma. Now, many scholars give views on what dharma is. Srimad Ramanujacharya defines dharma as that which is intrinsic to every person and cannot be separated from them. And he gives the example that the dharma of sugar is sweetness. If you separate sweetness from sugar, it's not sugar anymore. It will call something else. Dharma of water is liquidity, yes. Someone may say, well, you can freeze it. That's true. You can make it ice. But as soon as you leave it, it naturally moves towards its liquid state. Dharma of a chili is hot spice or heat. So what is the dharma of the living being? As described, the dharma of the living being is seva or service. There's nobody, I hope anyone in the room defy that we are always serving. We're serving something or someone. We are serving our family, we're serving our bosses, we're serving our country, we are serving, if nothing else, a pet animal. Srila Prabhupada, our founder Acharya, will give an example that somebody may be a big CEO, but that same very CEO in the morning, when his or her dog drops a turd, will pick it up and serve the dog. Because service cannot be separated from the living being. But what is the concern is we don't know perhaps, or a living entity might not know who is the object of service. So that service is expressed in different ways, perhaps unknowingly, but the service needs to be expressed to the Supreme Lord. So in case of Lakshmana, the verse says he's holding a bow. Dhanushpani Lakshmano Anujagama. And unless there is service, there cannot be union or meeting with the Supreme Lord. Many of us come to a temple and we bow down, and the first word we say, Namaha, means not me, or I am free of a designation of this body, but the very act of bowing down is an expression of I am here to serve you. But generally people come to a temple or a place of worship with I am here, I have a list of how you can serve me. There's a story of a person who was a very devout follower of Ganesha, the elephant-headed god, who gives many blessings and benefits. So this person wanted money, so he bought a lottery ticket for $1 million and came to Ganesha and offered prayers, put the ticket in front of him and said, please let me win this lottery. And if I do, I will give you half. Right? If nothing else, bribery works the best. So on the day the results were announced, he saw that he had missed by one digit. I don't know how lottery works, but anyway, he missed by one digit, and instead of $1 million, he won 500,000. So he was elated. He jumped up and said, Ganesh ki jai, ran to the temple and came and bowed down in front of Ganesha and said, thank you for fulfilling my wish. And you're very smart, Ganesha. I asked you for $1 million and I said I'll give you half. You're very smart. You already took your part and gave me mine. Thank you. So people think coming to a temple means I bow down and I give a list of my difficulties and say, fill this, take care of that, make sure that's taken care of, this one, that one. But actually temples are places. It doesn't have to be temple, but wherever. The idea is to ask, how may I serve you? Because that is our nature of seva. How may I serve you? That's Makara, represented by Lakshmana in this verse. Next one. Then there is Ramachandra. He is represented by A. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Akarosmi. I am A. That means I am the beginning of everything. The word Adi, from the very beginning, starts with A. And there is a Vedic mantra, Akara, Akaro, Vishnu. That the Supreme Lord Vishnu, who is the source or the bija of entire creation, is represented by A. Therefore, in Omkara, when we are calling out and meditating on the creation, actually it's the creator, it has to start with A. And the entire Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Vedaishcha sarvai ahameva vedya. To all the Vedas, I am to know. Vedanta krit, Vedavid eva cha aham. I am the compiler of the Vedas. I am the source of the Vedas. In fact, I am the source of everything. The Srimad Bhagavatam by Vyasadeva begins with Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Means already he said Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. The very first phrase he uses is Janmadyasya Yataha. He from whom everything comes forth. So he is the Akara, Lord Ramachandra. Now the next one, right in the middle is Sita Devi. Sita Madhye Sumadhyama. Sita Madhye, she is in the middle. Now, in the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, there is a well-known phrase that says, Parasya Shaktir Vividhaiva Shruyate. That Supreme Being, Parasya, Para means beyond one's capacity to grab with our mind and intelligence. Anything that lies beyond that is Para. Anything that we can imagine, then it is material. Anything beyond our imagination perhaps lies in the realm of spirit. Parasya Shakti Vividhaiva. The Supreme Being has many, many energies. And Shruyate means it is heard so. And Sita Devi represents that Shakti or the energy that draws the living entity to the Supreme. So among the many, many energies that the Lord Ramachandra or Lord Vishnu owns or possesses, they are usually categorized into three. Somehow the number 3 is very significant in the Vedic lexicon. One is called the Samvit Shakti, Sandhini Shakti. Sandhini is the one that creates everything for the Lord to enjoy. The next is called Samvit, by which all of one's awareness and knowledge is awakened. And the third is called Hladini. Hlad means to be happy, bliss. These three actually represent Sat, Chit and Ananda. Samdhini is the Sat, Samvit is the Chit, and Ananda is represented by Hladini. You've heard the word Prahlada. Hlada, Prahlada means extremely happy. So this Hladini energy or potency has the power to draw the living being to Ramachandra and Ramachandra to the living being. And because it is only through a medium of service can love awaken. In fact, love is nothing but a series of expressions of service. In any relationship, if one person says to the other person, I love you, and the other person says, love you too, but they don't do anything for each other, there's no expression of love beyond those words, very soon the person will start doubting, is this love really, is it really genuine? So beyond words is love in action. and is shown by doing something for each other, selflessly. My love for persons that I love is expressed when I can selflessly do something for them without some expectation of return. And if I do it with some expectation of return, then my love is already tainted. It's a transaction. You go to a store, you want something, you take and you pay for it. It's a transaction. But bhakti or the Vedic lifestyle is not transactional, it's relational. And that energy that makes that relational interaction possible is the Hladini potency. So Sita Devi is right in the middle, the Ukara in the Om. And without the Ukara, the A and the Ma cannot meet. So without the presence of Adi Shakti right next to the Supreme Lord, none of us, even if we want to, can meet the Supreme Lord Sri Ramachandra. Or for that matter, any spiritual realization is possible because of the Shakti that draws a person towards the Supreme. Now, it depends on the disposition of the living entity, whether he or she is drawn towards or pushed away from. If I want to offer service to Lord Ramachandra, I am drawn towards him by Sita Devi. And if that's not my interest, then the same energy acts differently. She's called Maya. And she pushes me away. Because I want to be pushed away. I want to be pushed away means I want to be able to live a life that is devoid of a conception of the Supreme, devoid of the conception of the Divine, and I understand that I am this body, this life is all, and life is meant for gratifying my senses and enjoying this world. If that's my disposition, then the same Shakti in a transformed state acts as Maya. And Maya, actually in Sanskrit, because Maya has multiple meanings. Let me humor me for a moment. The syllable Ma actually means Sita Devi or Lakshmi Devi. Right? Because we call Krishna or Vishnu Madhava. Right? Madhava. Dhava means husband. Madhava means husband of Lakshmi. Because in Sanskrit or in Hindi also, a woman who is a widow is called Vidhava, one without a husband. Vidhava. So Madhava, so Ma is Lakshmi Devi and Ya is she, referred to as she who. For a man or a male it is Yah, for a female it is Ya. So Ma Ya means Lakshmi Devi, she who manages the entire creation. The word Ma also means not. You've heard this phrase, Asato Ma Sadgamaya, Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya. Ma means do not, or something that does not exist. And Ya means that which. So that which does not exist is also called Maya. So depending upon how I am looking at Ramachandra, which Maya will work on me is dependent on me. So it's important that the journey of human life begins with asking, actually searching for and then asking a guru or multiple gurus actually, with learning. Therefore the Vedas are filled with verses that tell a person one should actually go use the human life the entire energy of the human faculty for only one purpose, to find a teacher. That teacher or teachers who can lead you to, in this case I'm talking of Lord Ramachandra, Lord Vishnu, Krishna. Because without that, the other Maya will work. The Maya that tells me something is real when it is not. So that is what the Omkara said. Because of this realization, Valmiki said, Ha! Agratah yayayo Rama Sita madhye sumadhyama Prishtatah dhanurpani Lakshmano anujagama Ha. Lord Ramachandra, Sita Devi, Lakshmana, the Supreme Lord, His Hladini potency and the Jiva, each one of us. Only when all three come together, only when that Sangam is there, is the meaning of Om. Because that's when Om is fully visualized and realized. Up until that time, it's a sound. Definitely has very, very strong potency and power. But when we are reciting Om, meditating on it, the idea of what is the visual, what is it that we are ultimately aspiring for should be clear as well. At least I'm talking to myself, I'm not talking to you. You're a learned disciple. I'm using the word should, would, must is for myself. That it's important that the Vedic truth and the ultimate objective, when clear, meditation becomes meaningful and purposeful. So that's all I have for you today. Any questions, comments, thoughts, objections? Yes. I give me your name as well.
Sunny Verma.
Sunny.
I practice daily. The thing is, I feel the vibration and I do not understand why there is a vibration when we chant.
Okay. You want to know why there is?
Yeah, why there is a vibration in the body and how many times we should chant every day?
As many times as you can. Sound is, there's a whole line of study on sound. The entire Vedic truth, reality, has always been preserved in sound. Because sound can go beyond the material barriers. Sound can exist in vacuum, sound can exist in space. And it is through sound that everything is created. So the Vedic truths have always been preserved in sound, and that's why for millions and millions of years nothing is written down. Only in Kali Yuga we have to write it down. Because without writing, there's no memory. So sound, and if it is written, you have to carry it with you, but sound is you carry in you. You can always bring it up. So it's encapsulated in sound. I don't have the time to go into the theology of sound today, but that's what it is. What you call vibration is the sensation of that spiritual sound making some effect. The same sound, somebody who did a PhD thesis on this was, they had a test group and a control group. The control group was given the Hare Krishna mantra to chant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare, for about a month. The test group was given the word Coca-Cola. The same, but in the meter of using Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, 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 Cola-Cola, like that. Because even the pattern has to match. The test group had no effect of any kind. The control group saw what you were expressing, certain vibrations. Because this sound is spiritual. This sound is material. Material sound and object are not the same. For example, I'm thirsty now, right? And I can say water, 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 water. My thirst doesn't get quenched. In fact, I become thirstier. But if I say Rama, Krishna, Om, sound and the object are the same. Okay, Sunny? That's all in the short time, but maybe another time. Anything else? I'm sorry, I didn't realize Swamiji is sitting in our presence. Please forgive my impudence. I totally didn't offer my response. Who has a hand raised?
My name is Ramesh Bhala, and I don't have a question except for men.
Okay.
Your explanation about truth and absolute truth possibility, visualizing hope and bringing it from Ramayana. It's another way of putting it. I like it very much. And absolute truth. It reminds me of one shloka, one mantra from the Vedas. Ekam Sat Vipra Bhagavad Gita. That means God is one. This is the absolute truth. This is truth. It was truth. It will always be true. And people with different backgrounds, born in different areas, under different religions, so-called, they address it by different names. So, thank you for your presentation.
Well, thank you for your blessings. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me over. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Nityananda Pradasi. As always, we learn so much. Every time you bring something new, this time you brought something from Ramayana. This is so close to my heart and close to this temple. And so easy to visualize Rama, Sita and Lakshman in the form of Om. I never heard this visualization before. Very, very nice. As a yoga students, we only know the other, awakened state, dreaming state, sleeping state, and then beyond Turiya, beyond all of those three states. But I never heard this. First time I'm visualizing Om and the Rama, Sita, and Lakshman. Thank you so much. I would like to invite our temple secretary, Rohini ji, to come honor Swami Nityananda Pranadasi. Thank you so much, Rohini ji. There are 20 people on the video online, so 20 plus people.
Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. We are all blessed to stay here this morning and listen to you about the visualization of Omkara. You mentioned walking stick as a symbol of dharma. So we don't want to think that we have to be old and then holding the walking stick to follow dharma at that time. We can also at a young age visualize walking stick, right? To follow the dharma from childhood itself. That's what I am understanding.
Yes, absolutely. The example of walking stick means it gives you support. Dharma gives you support. Unless you take it, you will not be useful. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the organizers, Kalmu, Prasadji, always bringing good programs to the temple. Thank you.
That brings us to close to lunch. It's hard to talk with the mask. So thank you all so much. Hope you're all enjoying. How do you think the program is going? Thank you all and staying. And please stay. There are a few more beautiful concert. There is a kirtan concert right after the lunch. And then we have another Swamiji from Kriya Yoga Gurukulam, Kriya Yoga Center from Swami Sahajananda. He's also a beautiful speaker like Swami Nityananda Pranadasri. And then at the end, we have highlight today by Medasani Mohan, Dr. Medasani Mohan. So he's going to be talking about Bhagavad Gita, the wisdom of Bhagavad Gita, what Swami Vivekananda used to talk about all the time, from a couple of slokas from Bhagavad Gita. So he's nominated, he has been nominated for a Padma Shri Award this year, 2022, and he is going to be talking the last talk for today. At the end, we will conclude with a video of Swami Vivekananda at the video. So please stay, enjoy the lunch. We have 30-45 minutes lunch. Please get together, get to know each other, enjoy, and this is a time to get to know each other. We are all on the same path, Dharma, path of Dharma. And I really liked how Swami Nityananda Pranadasri said, reading the lines is like learning the Dharma. Reading between the lines is like learning the Brahman. It's beautiful, beautiful visualization. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch and come back at 12:30 sharp. 12:30. Thank you so much. And people online, please take the lunch break. We will keep the lunch streaming going on, the same streaming going on, and please join us back at 12:30. Thank you. Anmodya, I'm looking for you. Geeta, next is Geeta. This is the technician and temple acharya. Is that the Hanuman? It's a Shilpi actually. And he's also a sound. Thanks for
Yeah, one I want to do with drum.
Okay.
Maybe we could just do. Yeah. I'll let you know what I'm thinking. If not, I will probably do a lead.
You're such a simple setup. So we could use these stands?
Yeah.
Do you need a microphone for, all of us have a vocal on it?
I think that'd be good.
And then do you think we should mic the harmonium or not necessary?
No. We need it.
We need to mic the harmonium. So 4.
4.
And can we maybe do some like lights, beautiful lights? It looks so beautiful on the stage. Thank you. I think I can during yours. We can do that first, or this. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Seconds, sir. Yeah, now it's on. There is a cable going on.
It is connected on the other side of the cable. Cable is connected to the other side.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it.
Okay.
The cable, power
Singing
cable.
and talking into the microphone. This is where my body will be, and these are close to the sounds that I will make. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Okay, 1 second.
Hare Krishna, Hare
But I can see the video screen is on right now. If there is no power, how do I see the screen?
Krishna, Krishna.
Okay, can you come? I do see the light when it's coming now. But I don't see the camera symbol now. Who is on the stage?
We have Kirtan going on, Kirtan band.
Okay, there is something going on, right? So we are good now.
Yeah, but the screen is on. I can see the screen. I can see the artists, Kirtan artists are on the stage. But why do you say the power is not connected?
A few seconds ago, there was a battery on the live relay.
Okay.
That meant the camera was not powered on. So now I do not see that. I do see some Kirtana playing in YouTube.
Okay.
You don't need laptop. Laptop is really not required. So as long as the lamp cable, right? You said the color is blinking. As long as that is there and camera is powered on, we should be good.
Camera is powered on, but I don't know, maybe something wrong with the cable. I don't know how it got problem. That's the problem.
I have no idea. Maybe someone.
I don't know how to get the microphone.
microphone. Is this okay? It can be.
Yeah, you can pick up. That's okay. You don't want to go closer. I'll check that.
If there is any other
Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om Ganapati
That's good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome. That's good.
Do you want to try the?
Sure.
Let's just do Keep Me in Your Heart for a minute. Keep me in your heart for a while. So we'll do it. Keep me in your heart for a while. Keep me in your heart for a while. And then everybody at Keep Me in Your Heart. Keep me in your heart. Then you do one. And you do one. Depending on the time, you can go all do one. So let's just all do it together now. Keep me in your heart for a while. Keep me in your heart for a while. You'll never know when you might look in there again. Keep me in your heart for a while. Keep me in your heart. Keep me
Keep me in your heart. You'll never know when you might look in there again. Keep me in your heart for a while. Keep me in your heart. Keep me in your heart. You'll never know when you might look in there again. Keep me in your heart for a while. Okay. We're gonna clear this off. Let's do here.
You read that one, Becky? It's so precious. I never knew for sure where it came from. Thank you. That's always me. They're from here. If you may not put these going like so really slow open 2, 3, 4 close. Yeah, so those are the three variations. If you want to add more, totally feel free, but that's the framework, I feel. And then I guess I'll signal tempo with just like the rhythm of the pumping. But yeah, that's the idea. Beautiful. I love as hearing turns.
Yeah.
But, woo, so yummy.
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
So nice to see all of you. So how's your winter going? How's New Year going?
It's going well. Yeah.
Very good.
2022.
Yeah.
2022 is, yeah, it's new.
It makes my heart so peaceful and loving whenever I see you guys.
Thank you, Prasad. It's so nice to be here. Yeah. It feels grounding, and it feels, after a couple of years of some kind of crazy,
Right.
it feels very grounding.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So we're gonna run to the restroom and then we're ready to go. Yes.
I just imagine them and keep questions while we're all named or something.
Yeah.
One here.
I hope this is confluence.
1 hour.
Yeah. You will come.
Yeah.
All my sound is pretty.
I could introduce them. Yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, yeah. Do you want us up there? I would introduce you right there. Okay. There are. We've done it before. All the 3 people. Yeah, come in, chance.
Is it turned on? Is it turned on? Can you turn it on? Hello? Hello?
Om Namah Shivaya.
Now it's good.
Okay. Namaste. Welcome back, everybody. Now tired. So we have some invigorating music. Nityananda Prandas was talking about sound and vibration, and now we have Devi 2000, who's going to present Kirtan, and they're amazing. I heard the sound check was brilliant. The leader is Debbie Brazil. She learned Sanskrit chanting from her mother at a young age. I've met her mother. She's a co-founder of Devi 2000, Chicago's premier Kirtan group. Their 3 albums, Devotional, Prepare Your Soul to Dance, and Kum Kum, are rooted in Bhakti Yoga, the path of love, the yoga of devotion, said to be the easiest and sweetest path. Debbie has studied music in the motherlands of Brazil, India, and the U.S. At present, she's the music editor at Yoga Chicago magazine. And she's been blessed to have taught yoga to adults, kids, homeless teens, and the ladies in her neighborhood women's shelter. A longtime devotee of Amma, the hugging saint, Debbie laughs with her kids every day. Her 2 children have proven to be her greatest teachers. Debbie is a firm believer in love. And I think, Debbie, you brought me here for the first time ever when your oldest son was like this big. So thank you, Debbie. Welcome, everybody. Devi 2000 for Kirtan.
Thank you, Kaliom. I have the sweetest memories of being with you here in a winter long ago. We are Devi 2000. We're Chicago Kirtan Band, which means we do it Chicago style. It's a very nice way to chant Kirtan. As the Swami before us said, there's different ways to do your worship, and this is one way that we do it. I would like to introduce to my right Katerina Tapasya, and she will be singing. She is also shiatsu. She's a student at Northwestern studying Buddhist studies. She is devoted to Amma, has been going to South India for many years, and it's so nice to sing with you. Thank you. Mehtab Kirtan on my left. He will be drumming and chanting as well. And he's on his path as a yoga teacher, a yoga philosopher, living his life in a Kundalini style, also with some jazz music and some perhaps the dance, or is that the jazz?
Funky music.
Funky music. All around musician. Are you doing graduate studies?
Mm-hmm.
Graduate studies in music at Roosevelt. So Prabhu Mehtab Kirtan. It's a joy to be here. We do call and response chanting, so we do the call and you sing back to us. This is a way for you to touch your own voice. One of my teachers, Russell Paul, said there will never be an instrument that touches you like your own voice. Yet in our Western culture, often we just go pay to hear somebody else sing. But here we all get to sing together. So our first mantra is it's Ganesh mantra. The words are Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om. Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om. Ganapati, Ganapati.
Ganapati, Ganapati.
And I think we have it. It's on the, yeah, we'll get it going. And I'll begin with a few slokas or a prayer just to reaffirm the auspiciousness of our afternoon together. Gijananam Daginati Saratam Kapitachamukala Saravachitam Unasutam Shakrina Shikaranam Namami Vingeshwara Shdananam Kumkumar Aktaranam Mahavatiti Vakhanam Rasya Sunaham Surasunaham Duham Shaham Shdanam Prapadhane Yakuntantu Tushakaharatvam Yashubra Svita Yavina Varadam Ramantikataram Yashubra Brahmashutta Shakara Pratatir Divya Sada Pujita Samam Patu Saraswati Bhagavati Nishnishatyatya Om Namah Shivaya Gurave Sachidananda Vritaye Nishvanchaya Shantaya Nirnamaya Tejase Nirnamaya Tejase Om Sahamangalamangalayim, Shve Savada Sadike, Sharayni Kundake Gauri, Narayani Namostute, Narayani Namostute. All together. Ganapati Om Jaya Ganapati Om
Jaya
May your lessons be your teacher as you walk across your path. That's one of the lessons we can learn from Ganesh. And as we sing, if you feel like you want to clap during the song, you've got a built-in instrument, move your feet or try a harmony part. And for my heart, and from my heart to your heart, see what it's like to sing louder. See how that feels, even if it's just a little bit. It's so healing. Now we're going to go to Brahmanaya, like we were speaking of before lunch, so eloquently and beautifully. And one thing that Swamiji said is that these people, the Ram, Sita, Lakshman, Hanuman, they're us. imagine that we're in a forest, we're in exile, we're not quite sure where to go, and maybe chanting these mantras or chanting these songs can help us find our way out. So the words to this one are Hare Rama Rama Ram, Sita Rama Rama Ram. Hare Rama Rama Ram, Sita Rama Rama Ram. Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Hanuman. Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Hanuman. Rama Rama, Sita Rama Rama, Sita Rama Rama, Sita Ram. Rama Rama, Sita Rama Rama, Sita Rama Rama, Sita Ram. Those are the heavy hitters right there. So the rhythm to this is boom, boom, check. Boom, boom, boom. If you want to play your drum, you're welcome to. Your body drum.
Rama
child will lead us.
This chant is in reverence and acknowledgement of our own deathlessness. I feel most spiritual traditions and religious traditions are egging us on to be making deposits into the afterlife and into that which is not transient, that which is not crumbling before our eyes, or at least just transforming before our very eyes. There is something constant, there is something steady, there is something infinite, there is something unconditional within all of us. And so the sounds that acknowledge this great higher self within us in this month is Sat Sri,
Sat Sri,
Sri Akal,
Sri Akal,
Sri Akal,
Sri Akal,
Maha Akal,
Maha
Maha Akal,
Maha
Satnam,
Satnam,
Akal Murit,
Akal Murit,
Waheguru.
Waheguru.
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru.
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru.
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha Akal Satnam,
Maha Akal, Satnam,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Akal Murit Waheguru,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sat Sri Sri Akal,
Sri Akal Maha Akal,
Sri Akal, Maha Akal,
Maha
We will continue with the Maha Mantra. So I invite you to open the altar in your hearts and place on it what needs attention, what needs love, what needs healing, what needs peace. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
be, could you be love? 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 Say something, 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 say something. Yes I am, yes I am, yes I am love. Yes I am, yes I am love. Yes I am, yes I am, yes I am love. Yes I am, yes I am love. Yes you are, yes you are, yes you are love. Yes you are, yes you are love. Yes you are, yes you are, yes you are love. Yes you are, yes you are love. Yes we are, yes we are, yes we are love. Yes we are, yes we are love. Yes we are, yes we are, yes we are love. Yes we are, yes we are love. Say something, 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 say something. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prasad. Thank you, View. Thank you, Swami Vivekananda, for opening the door to us. And may all blessings be upon you.
That was amazing, amazing. Devi 2,200, please give them a round of applause. Wonderful. Tapasya, Devi Mehta, wonderful, wonderful. Awesome. And I don't know, I mean, I'm not a musician, but I love every time you guys come and share your love for the music. And we have some Kirtan artists in the auditorium. I'm kind of like a layman in music, but I love it. I love it. Thank you. So we have next speakers. Swami Sarajananda is here. We have two speakers that are already in line, and then we have two more discourses upcoming. And by the way, our Vice President, Temple Vice President, would you please come and honor our Devi 2000 Kirtan artists? Thank you. His name is Om Dhingra. He's our Vice President of the temple. And we are so honored to have him honor you.
Hello. Hello, testing. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have seen many kirtans, I have participated in many kirtans and bhajans, but today it was very different in many ways. One, obviously, is the COVID environment, that we have more people online and less people live here. That's one major difference. And the other difference that really touched my heart, as I said, I have attended many kirtans, but this kirtan had so many melodious bhajans. And all those bhajans, all those melodious bhajans, you wrapped it so nicely in the cover of love. Beautiful. I really felt, not really necessarily only the bhajans which were coming out of this Kirtan Mandali, but love was flowing through your mouth. And it was touching my heart, and it was penetrating my brain as if there is a soft piece of butter sitting and I'm putting the fork through it, and it was going right through it. And I am really blessed to participate today in such a wonderful Kirtan from Devi 2000 Kirtan Mandali. And I would thank Prasadji for bringing to our temple many renowned speakers, renowned singers, and we are grateful to Prasadji. By the way, as he mentioned, my name is Om Dingra, and I'm the vice president of this temple, which is very minimal, it doesn't matter. But what matters is that I'm here to thank you on behalf of the temple, on behalf of our executive committee and board of trustees. Please accept our gratitude for presenting such a beautiful kirtan here today. And I will request Prasadji to come with me. This is only symbolic, our gesture of gratitude to you. And your name is Devi, but I call you Devi. Only difference is B and B, Devi of love. Thank you so much. And I was really impressed with your posture. Beautiful. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. Kaliyobet, would you like to introduce our next speaker, Swami Sahajanandaji? And then, please, we have two more interesting, very interesting discourses, ending with the Gita, Bhagavad Gita.
Om Namah Shivaya. Are we going to change the camera angle, or the speaker should be here
In the center? Yeah, I think you're good. In the center, yeah.
Swami Sahajananda learned Kriya Yoga in 2000. He learned the meditation practice from Paramahansa Harihar Anandaji. In 2010, with the blessings of Paramahamsa Pragyanananda Ji, Swamiji joined the monastery. In 2016, he was blessed and ordained in the Giri order of monkhood with a name best suited for his attitude, spontaneous joy, Sahaja Ananda. Sahajananda means one who rejoices in the joy of the self. Swamiji is based in Kriya Vedanta Gurukulam, Temple of Harmony Monastery in Joliet, Illinois. And here he is. Swamiji, please come up and give us a talk. And if you've been here before, you know how wonderful his talks are, how engaging. Everyone, please welcome Swami Sahajananda.
we can leave it. Yeah. It is some just for, leave it, Prabhu. That's fine. So, will tell me when to start.
You can start now.
ॐ सदाशिवसमारम्भां श्यामाचरणमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मैति मूर्तिभेदविभागिनी व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः. We bow to the Supreme Reality, all-pervading truth. We bow to the Supreme Reality manifesting in the form of Sri Guru. We bow to the Supreme Reality present within as inner awareness, inner self, inner consciousness. I bow to that Supreme Reality present in every one of you as Supreme Awareness, conscious self. Om Tat Sat Om. I pranam to all of you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be with you. Generally on non-COVID days when I have been here, I used to be down, that was easier for me to speak. So now, sitting here with online. So, this year the theme has been called Sangam, or the confluence or union. So we'll discuss a little bit about that with some practical understanding, some inner understanding, what Sangam means, how it is achieved, what are the ideas, what is the outer significance, what are the inner significance. We'll discuss this in a very simple terms as much as possible. About me, the mother Kalima told a little bit about. I come from the tradition of Kriya Yoga. So that is and now you can show the next one. And we come from the lineage of Mahavatar Babaji and Lahiri Mahasaya. So some of you might have heard about Mahavatar Babaji from Autobiography of Yogi, and Lahiri Mahasaya was his household disciple. There is a saying that Lahiri Mahasaya asked Babaji that after they met and Lahiri Baba liked it, he said, I don't want to go back to family. At that time he was married but did not have any children. So he asked Babaji that, well, since I have come to you and I have realized the true nature of joy and bliss, why should I go back? Babaji said, well, that is not the reason why I have brought you here anyway. So you must go back. So with little hesitation, Lahiri Baba came back. After that, he had two boys and three girls. So 5 children. After, you can call it self-realization. He came back to family after self-realization. So that is the beauty of Lahiri Mahasaya. Thank you. He has a song. It is in Bengali. Anyone here is a Bengali person? I am safe. I am not Bengali either. And my pronunciation would not be correct. This is a beautiful song. And when Prasadji wrote to me that the subject is about confluence, I thought this song would be much more contextual for us to discuss. I will read the song in Bengali and I will translate. It's very simple in English. I remember this song, but in case I forget, so I wrote it down. Baba says, Lahiri Baba, right, from your right, he says, Amar Puja Srishti Chhada. Amar means my worship is not regular worship. Amar puja, srishti chhada. We go to temples. I went to see mother. I bowed down. But Lahiri Baba said his puja or his worship is very different. It is not regular worship. Sethaye Ganga Jalar nei ko choda. There I do not need the holy water. Generally in Hindu worship, the water of Ganga is considered the first thing put to sprinkle and purify. He said, in my worship, I do not need Ganga water, holy water. Sethaye phul lage na rashi rashi. There I do not need any flowers. So when we go to whether Sri Rama temple or Mother Durga temple, Sri Ganesh temple, we take flowers, fruits. But he said, in my worship, flowers are not needed. First he said Ganga water is not needed. Then he says flowers are not needed. Amar hariye geche koshakushi. Koshakushi means utensils. So for puja, a lot of utensils are there needed. For this, for that, different kind of utensils are there. He said, I do not need any utensils. I do not need Ganga water, do not need flowers, do not need any pots and pans. So there are different kinds of pots needed for worship. Amar hariye geche koshakushi. Hariye geche Shiv Kali Tara. Bhuliye geche Shiv Kali Tara. I have forgotten Lord Shiva, Mother Kali, Mother Tara. Tara is another divine mother. Generally in the eastern side of India, Mother Tara is worshipped. Tantra worship is done. Generally she is considered. So many of you have heard of Bhamakshapa. Bhamakshapa was a great devotee of Mother Tara. Hariye geche, bhuliye geche Shiv Kali Tara. I have forgotten, missed. Shiva, Kali, Tara I have forgotten. Then what am I doing? Ami Atma niye Atmahara. Ami means myself. I am rejoicing in my own self. Dev Devi Shov Gechi Bhuli. I have forgotten all deities. All deities like Sri Ganesha, Mother Lakshmi, Durga. Dev Devi Shov Gechi Bhuli. I have forgotten all those. এবার আত্মার সঙ্গে কোলাকুলি, শূন্যের সঙ্গে কোলাকুলি. I am embracing Atma. Atma means my own self. I am embracing my own self, which is shunya, which is void, which is infinite. Dev Devi Shivu Gechi Bhuli. এবার আত্মার সঙ্গে কোলাকুলি. I have forgotten all deities. I am only embracing my own self. In the infinite self, I am embraced. Jukta Mukta Tribenite ebar ami dube mori. So there are two confluences, he says. One confluence is called unified confluence, Jukta Tribeni or Yukta Tribeni. Another is separated confluence or Mukta Tribeni. Tribeni is Sangam, confluence, mixed. I will tell you a little bit about that after. So in the confluence, there are two kinds, separated confluence, unified confluence. I am actually taking back in both of them. Yukta, Mukta, Tribenite, ebar ami dube mori, and I am dying in both the places. হারিয়ে যাওয়ার উল্লাসে তাই নিজের পূজা নিজে করি. Because I have lost all this, whatever I have lost the worship materials, I have lost my thoughts about deities, I have lost the idea of deities. Then Baba says, হারিয়ে যাবার উল্লাসে তাই. In the supreme bliss of these losing things, নিজে পূজা নিজে করি. I worship my own self. Generally we get joy, all of us. We get joy when we get some things. Isn't it? So our ashram needed an iPad. So we wrote to disciples, said, we need an iPad, can somebody do that? One mother called me, said, Baba, I have a used iPad. Fine, she sent, it is very old and softwares are not getting in. She said, okay, I'll send a new one. When the new iPad came, I felt little joy. And at least we needed one, something came. We rejoice in achieving, in getting. But Lahiri Baba says that his rejoicement is by losing. One of the meaning of sannyasa, nyasa means give away. To surrender, to offer is nyasa. Sat means existence, truth. Sannyasa means pure. Surrendering of his existence. Baba says that in that joy, in that bliss of losing everything, I get supreme bliss and I worship myself. We'll talk a little bit about this. Is the poem, because Baba talks about Triveni or the confluence. We'll talk a little bit about the confluence next. So the confluence, this is just a picture I got from the internet. The confluence, the general idea is where there is a merger. So two human beings comes through marriage or affection or love, respect. They unite as family, it's a confluence. In the spiritual sense, when two rivers merge, it is also called as confluence. It is said that two physical rivers merge and there is a secret river also merges into it. So when three river merges, three means three. When three rivers meets, it is called Triveni. So in India there are Pancha Trivenis, Pancha Prayags. So they are called also Prayag because it is considered holy places. Prakrushta Yajna, Prakrushta Yaga is Prayaga. So the way the definition has been given is that when Mother Ganga started from Gangotri, as she is moving, she is being merged with different names. She started, as you can see, as Alkananda from Badrinath, and slowly different rivers are meeting, and wherever there is a meet, there is called as Prayag. Then, which is not in the picture, you can see the Yamuna is coming from Yamunetri, Ganga is coming from the other side. They meet at Prayagraj, which is modern day Allahabad, and it is called Prayagraj, means supreme confluence or the king of confluence. This is the outer understanding of confluence. And because of that, there are different festivals, rituals, spiritual activities are done. Kumbh Mela is held there every 12 years. Every year there is a festival that would be in February. But that is the outside aspect of what confluence is. We will discuss a little bit about what is the inner confluence. I am going back to a scripture called Jnana Sankalini Tantra. It is a dialogue between Divine Mother Durga and Lord Shiva. Lot of tantric books or tantra stream of scriptures are a dialogue between Divine Mother Durga and Lord Shiva. Sometimes we ask questions, why it is so? Is it not that Mother Durga did not know it? It is not because of that. Mother Durga is personification of manifestation. Lord Shiva is personification of inner awareness. So in our life, within us, there is also a dialogue. The dialogue between the inner self and the mind. Now, very interestingly, the mind is illuminated by inner self only.
So it is called Abhasa Chaitanya, or the consciousness reflected. So mind is in an entity which reflects consciousness, and consciousness exists as it is within. So the dialogue between Mother Durga and Lord Shiva is actually an inner dialogue between our mind and the inner self. So when Baba said, I worship my own self, Nijer puja nije kari, it means that the mind is worshipping the inner self through which it is being illuminated. So what is the spiritual significance of confluence? In the verse number 11, 12, if you would like to refer back to, this is the definition. Ida Bhagavati Ganga Pingala Yamuna Nadi Ida Pingalayor Madhye Susumnacha Saraswati. So Lord Shiva says, Ida Bhagavati Ganga. In this body, there is a nerve channel which is called Ganga. Pingala Yamuna Nadi, there is another nerve channel called Pingala. It is called Yamuna. So there are two rivers in the body as two nerve channels. Ida Bhagavati Ganga, Pingala Yamuna Nadi, Ida Pingalayor Madhye. The Ida and Pingala are joined like this, double helix. Ida Pingalayor Madhye Susumnacha Saraswati. Between them, there is another channel which is called Susumna, is Saraswati. Ida and Pingala, like Ganga and Yamuna, are visible. That means can be experienced. Saraswati is not experienced. So that's why in the outer world, for example in Allahabad, there is no river called Saraswati. It is called an inner channel, inside channel. So in this body, there are two channels. One is Ida, another is Pingala. There is a middle channel that is going in between, which is not so easily visible. That is called Saraswati. These are the three rivers. And like there outside, these three rivers also meet some place. That place is called Triveni or Sangam or the confluence. They meet in two places in the body. We'll talk about that. So it is said that if somebody is aware of these two places, somebody realized what truth is. So in the next month's verse 12, Jnana Sankalina Tantra mantra number 12, Triveni Sangama Yatra, those who take the journey, those who go to go to these places of two confluences, separated confluence, united confluence. And I'll tell you where they are according to scripture. Triveni Sangama Yatra Tirtharaj Sauchyate. That is the supreme pilgrimage place. Tirtharaja. That means pilgrimage place and supreme out of it. Tatra Snanam Prakurvita. If somebody takes bath there, Sarva Papa Pramuchyate. The person is devoid of all sins, all negativities. It is believed in Hindu tradition, Vedic tradition, that if somebody goes to Allahabad, which is named as Prayagraj today, which was actually Prayagraj, it was named by the Muslim kings as Allahabad, but it has been renamed back to its original name. Prayagraj, if somebody goes to Prayagraj and takes bath in the confluence, then all sins are diluted, removed. So Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda's guru, Sri Ramakrishna Thakur said one thing. He said, we go to take a bath in the Ganga, and as soon as we take a bath, the sins are away, completely gone. And then when we come out of Ganga, the sins are waiting to again come back. So what? He said, that's why. He said, otherwise, we go to Ganga, sins are gone, then we'll come back and do some more stuff. Then it doesn't work like that. But the scripture says, no. If you take the bath in these two confluences, then you will be devoid of all negativities. What is Ida? Ida is a Nord channel which is compared to Divine Mother Ganga. Ida Bhagavati Ganga is a channel that starts from the soul center and runs to the bottom center. Prasad, can we go to the next one? So this is our body, and there are 7 centers, most of you would be knowing. The soul center is called Agnya Chakra. It is written medulla here. And the bottom center is the earth center, which is called Muladhara. There is a nerve channel that moves on the left side of the body, moves from soul center to the bottom center. Similarly, there is another channel which is called Pingala, moves on the right side of the body, right side of the spine, from the soul center to the bottom center. So they do not meet in between. They meet here, which is called Yukta Trivedi, united confluence. Then there is Mukta Trivedi. They unite in the bottom center also, but they are not united. They are called separated confluence. So it is a naming convention used. United confluence, soul center. Bottom center is separated confluence. What they do, because of them, the awareness is moving in this body through spiritual channels. In between them, there is a channel called Susumna. Here it is, has not been given a line here, the Susumna channel. So those masters, the gurus, the scripture says, what is taking bath in the confluence is that when a seeker, when a spiritual person becomes aware or remains aware of the soul center, he is in united confluence. He falls down in consciousness and goes to different attributes of life, different manifestation of life or mind. He is in separated confluence. So the scripture says that Tattva snanam prakurvita. Snanam, it doesn't mean that taking bath. Snanam means that if somebody remains aware of soul center and above through spiritual practice, through meditation, then that person is free, united. If he falls down from here onwards, the person is bound. Bound to what? Bound to matter. So the confluence that is within, the scripture says, or the gurus say, it's something that we do not need to go anywhere. That we right here anywhere. Through some practice that our gurus have taught us, or whichever you have learned. If the awareness can be moved upward, that's what Swami Vivekananda said, Uttishtata. Ut means above. Tishtha means remain. Uttishtata means remain above. Uttishtha doesn't mean rise. Rise in consciousness, rise in awareness. So the scripture says through spiritual practice, through some meditation, through certain systematic practice which is given by the gurus, when somebody's awareness remains in the soul center on above, somebody is constantly taking bath in the confluence. If because of our day-to-day activities that awareness goes down, then we are going towards Mukta Trivedi or separated confluence, where this is one meaning of the mantra. The second meaning of the mantra is, which actually Lahiri Baba demonstrated in his life, is that once somebody becomes aware of this Yukta Triveni or united confluence, once this awareness is established, then that individual can go back down anytime and remain united. So in our life, whether we live a family life or a monastic life or a student life or a Banaprastha life, any life we take, the Gurus are very clear on this. They say that realize your own self, that way your living in the world would be actually the right living. So that is why the example that we talked about, practical example of Lahiri Mahasaya, after self-realization he is coming back to family and leading a normal family life, having children, having a job, going through the all difficulties in family life that we go through, financial and any other things. He went through that. That is exactly what they say is spiritual living. Spiritual living is not to leave everything. Spiritual living is to accept everything as the manifestation of God, and that can only happen only when realization of self happens through constant awareness of the soul center and above. So the Guru said, the seeker must raise his or her awareness or consciousness to the upper confluence. Upper confluence is this. And once it is established, the person gets inner peace, inner joy, inner bliss, and that is called Atma Trupti, contentment in self, Atma Krida, playing with self. That is it called also self-worship. So the scripture says that we have an outer life, which we are all familiar. But there is also inner life, which some of our familiar up to a certain extent. Our journey is a continuous journey from outer life to inner life. So not to reject worship we do outside, but to understand the inner worship and also include in our daily practice some inner worship. So through outer worship, we'll realize what inner worship is. Slowly a time will come, the outer worship would completely vanish and inner worship will completely flourish. Then only the outer worship and inner worship could be understood. So that is why Sri Ramakrishna Thakur, a great devotee, Swami Vivekananda said that I have never seen a person embodied with knowledge like Sri Ramakrishna, but its outer layer is devotion. And then Swami Vivekananda told about himself, my outer layer is knowledge. Swami Vivekananda is considered as an intellectual, Jnani. He said, my outer layer is only knowledge. My inner layer is full of devotion. Swami Vivekananda was a very emotional person. He was very emotional. Not as an individual, not as emotional, but a manifestation of love. So I am outer Jnani, inward love. Thakur is inward Jnani, outer love. So only when we understand or realize our own self, then only we can actually realize what love is, what outside activities are. Till then it is a journey of gradual, from external to internal, from outward to inward. And this inward confluence is here, the outward confluence is in Prayagraj. So go to Prayagraj as many times as you can, Guru says, but also go to your inner confluence. upper confidence, united confidence. With that, I hope our some concepts became clear. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayah, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschi Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Tat Sat. Thank you and my pranam.
Anyone has any question for Swamiji? Okay, that was beautiful. Prayag, Sangam, Triveni Sangamam that he was teaching us. External outer confluence as well as inner confluence. It's a beautiful way of visualizing how. And also I really love how he said Swami Vivekananda is a Jnana Yogi from outside, but Bhakti Yogi from inside. So that's a beautiful. And then that's beautiful. And then his teacher Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is a Bhakti Yogi from outside, but inwardly he is a Jnana Yogi. So this is one way of looking at it. There's no way. I mean, at the beginning of this today we had an equilibrium talk, and the Swami Varadanandaji said how to integrate all of these: Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, and then so all of these put together, we make us a more balanced yogis. Thank you again, Swamiji. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite the VSC chair, Ramesh ji, come and honor Swamiji, please. Vivekananda Spiritual Center chair for 2022. So he is Ramesh ji. He's going to honor Swamiji.
There is an incident in Swami Vivekananda's life. One day at night, one of his brother monk saw him that he went outside in the middle of the night. So he went and he saw Swamiji sobbing, crying. He said, well, Swamiji, what happened? Why are you crying in the middle of the night? And Swamiji is sobbing. Swamiji looked at him and he said, you are up? You are also awake? He said, yes. Why are you crying, by the way? He said, you know, I see the sufferings in the world and I cannot take it. So there is a lot of pain within me, but I can't cry in the daytime. So I cry at night. So that is Swamiji's love for the world.
Swamiji Pranam.
स्वामी सहज आनंद जी, कितना सुंदर नाम है. It's such a beautiful name. The ones who get joy from within. And Swamiji explained you can get joy from within by Kriya Yoga, involving your chakras. And the prayer he said finally was, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet. Everybody be sukhi, everybody be free of sickness, everybody be wishing well to each other. There will not be any dukh. Swamiji, thank you very much for a wonderful message. On behalf of Hindu Temple of Chicago, we honor you.
That brings us to the last session, but the most highlight of the event today for this by Dr. Medusani Mohan, nominee for Padma Shri Civilian Award in 2022 by Government of India. Medusani Mohan, some of you met him on a New Year's Day when he was here, and I have known him for several years. He is a literary poet, in Telugu and Sanskrit. He is a well-known Avadani in India. Over the past 50 years, he has been actively propagating Dharana Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, Dharmic Yoga. Through this process, Dr. Mohan was able to inspire, explain the significance of the relevance of the ancient scriptures like Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, and other spiritual subjects using this Dharana and Dhyana Yoga. And he inspired millions of college and university students to improve their concentration and contemplation. He dedicated his life to the practice of Dharana, Dhyana, and Dharmic Yoga through the unique art of Avadhanam. He can only explain what Avadhanam is. I have seen him perform many number of times. It's an amazing power of memory that he demonstrates. He practically, literally remembers every sloka and every scripture. Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Vedas, anything that he just memorizes in his mind. Everything is in his mind. Any sloka that you can think of. So it's amazing. So he was an Annamacharya chair at the Tirupati Devasthanam, and he is currently is heading the TV Bhakti channel, Tirupati Devasthanam TV Bhakti channel. So let's invite Dr. Medasani Mohan. He will be talking about wisdom of Vivekananda that he shares from Bhagavad Gita. Mohanji, please. Shall I bring the chair for you?
చూపించండి. ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు చూపించండి.
श्रीवेङ्कटाचलाधीशं श्रियाध्यासितवक्षसं श्रितचेतनमन्दारं श्रीनिवासमहं भजे। श्रीशेषशैलसुनिकेतनदिव्यमूर्ते नारायणाच्युत हरे नरिनायताक्ष लीलाकटाक्ष परिरक्षित सर्वलोक श्री वेंकटेश मम देहि करावलंबम। श्री जातरूप नवरत्न रसत्किरीट कस्तूरिका तिलक शोभि ललाट देश రాకేందు బింబ వదనాంబుజ వారిజాక్ష శ్రీ వెంకటేశ మమదేహి కరావలంబం జన్మాద్యస్య యతోన్వయోదితరతశ్చార్థేష్వభిజ్ఞస్వరాట్ తేనే బ్రహ్మహృదాయ ఆదికవయే ముహ్యంతి యత్సూరయః తేజోవారి మృదాం యదా వినిమయో యత్ర త్రిసర్గో వృషాధామ్నా స్వేన సదా నిరస్తకుహకం సత్యం పరం ధీమహి. At the outset, I submit my salutations to the temple authorities of Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago, especially to Prasad ji and all his followers. I thank all the devotees assembled here, and I am really fortunate enough today to say a few words in this conference about the highlighting sloka of Swami Vivekananda ji during so many of his discourses. Since ancient times, our country, Bharat, that is India, has been famously known to the land of Vedas, that is Veda Bhumi, land of the doctrine of Karma Siddhanta, Karma Bhumi, and the land of origin of Yoga, that is Yoga Bhumi. By their spiritual wisdom, many rishis, yogis and pontiffs, seers and sages had illuminated the human society by radiating their wisdom, their spiritual wisdom. By their spiritual discourses, renderings, they had facilitated introspection and emergence of scholarship, thereby enabling us to be dedicated to carry out our duties and responsibilities effectively and to achieve spiritual reformation, that is a perfect presciency of Kartavya Nishtha. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was one of the greatest personalities that were born in the 19th century in Bharat. From times immemorial, many a number of seers and sages, Acharya Purushas, they inspired the global society by their preachings, teachings, impartings, just like Vedas, Upanishads and Itihasas, etc. in India. Maharshi Valmiki, by comparison of Srimad Ramayana up to 24,000 slokas, he depicted how a man should be a role model in the society through depicting the character of Sri Ramachandra. Similarly, Maharshi Vyasa, by segregating Vedas, narrating Brahma Sutras, and finally compiling Srimad Bhagavata and so many scriptures like Pandava Gita, etc. He inspired the human society by preaching dharma, artha, kama, mokshas, purusharthas, etc. Consequently, Shankar Bhagavad Padacharya, like Bhagavad Ramanujacharya, number of Acharya Purushas, spiritual professors, they influenced the society with all their penitential discourses. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was one of the greatest personalities that were born in the 19th century in Bharat. The most famous among his disciples, Swami Vivekananda ji, had significantly influenced the intellectuals with his spiritual discourses globally. After he participated in the world's parliament of religions more than a century ago, Swami Vivekananda had become internationally well known for spreading the nectar of spiritual knowledge of India across the globe. Swami Vivekananda, in his spiritual discourses, had often quoted a sloka, that is, that sloka among second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Klaibhyam mas magamah partha naitattvai upapadyate kshudram hridaya daurbalyam tyaktva uttishtha parantapa. Lord Sri Krishna told Arjuna, O Partha, it does not befit you to yield to this unmanliness, that is impotence. Give up such wretched weak-heartedness, arise. Here, Sri Krishna particularly addressed Arjuna as Parantapa. Parantapa, the Sanskrit word, refers vanquisher of enemies, scorcher of foes. Prior to the war of Kurukshetra, Arjuna is called as Vijaya. During all the wars, during all the battles he participated, he could win. He could achieve his victory. So, he is scorcher of foes. He is vanquisher of enemies. So, he should not be a man of timid nature. That is particularly highlighted by Lord Sri Krishna. During the battle of Kurukshetra, Arjuna, on seeing the great warriors such as Bhishma, Drona and others, his brethren, the Kauravas, on side of Duryodhana and other relatives, friends among warriors, lost his will to fight. He lost the desire to perform his duty as a Kshatriya, a warrior prince. With thoughts of inaction, sadness and aversion to war surrounding him, an emotionally disturbed Arjuna had dropped his weapons. He went up to a stage. During that occasion, he is in an anxiety neurotic stage. An emotionally disturbed Arjuna had dropped his weapons. He confessed to Lord Sri Krishna that he would not carry on fighting the battle anymore. By reciting this sloka, Lord Sri Krishna, the skillful teacher he is, reprimands Arjuna, enhances his internal strength to tackle the situation and exhorts him by encouraging him. The phrase Trikarana Suddhi, here Swami Vivekananda ji highlighted his ideology through rendering a perfect meaning to Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalyam Tyaktva Uttishtha Parantapa. That is, one must have Trikarana Suddhi. The phrase Trikarana Suddhi means dedication in thoughts, speech and actions, manasa, vacha, karmana. The word manasa refers to the mind, vacha refers to speech, and karmana refers to actions. A person who discharges his duties and responsibilities with Trikarana Suddhi should be able to do away the three qualities of Klaibhya, Kshudra and Manodaurbalya. Kshudram, Klaibhyam, Kshudram and Manodaurbalyam. These three should be vanquished first of all. Arjuna perhaps used to be devoid of these three negative qualities. The great warrior, the one who fought Lord Shiva with valor during the quest for Pasupadastra, and the one who had effortlessly vanquished the enemies in Uttaragrahanam, experienced such intense sadness, inaction and cowardice on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. This is a strange situation. The great warrior prince like Arjuna, who could even face Paramasiva during a war and got Pasupadaastra, and with an ease and effect approach, he could win the victory in Uttaragrahana. The reason for this could be why he became timid at that time during the war of Kurukshetra, during the beginning of that battle. The reason for this could be explained as follows. Arjuna was the incarnation of Rishi Nara. When he saw the massive 11 Akshohini army of the Kauravas, the intrinsic characters of the Rishi Nara ingrained in Arjuna, such as Shanta, Kshama, Dama and Samyamanam, would have been taken position of him, subjecting him to cowardice, pettiness and weak-heartedness. So that led to Klaibyam, Kshudram and Hridaya Daurbalyam, Mano Daurbalyam. That is sadness. Lord Krishna urges and instructs Arjuna to get over cowardice, become fearless and focus on the work ahead. Let us understand the nonsense of key words used by Lord Krishna in this sloka. Klaibyam means unmanliness or impotence. Impotence means lack of courage, cowardice. It is the character of the meek. Courage and fearlessness are virtues of a man with valor and are not found in the weak and in the weak. It could have been appropriate for Arjuna, could have contended with his unmanliness, impotence in the role of Bruhannala during Ajnatavasa. But it did not befit him to feel so on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Lord Krishna urges Arjuna not to yield to such weakness. Kshudram means petty and reflects lacking in samskara or failing to pray to asamskara. It reflects ajnana, meaning of absence of jnana, that is wisdom. The term samskara reflects the process of individuals reforming themselves and becoming pure internally in thoughts and externally in actions as well. For example, why do we take bath daily? We do so because our elders have taught us from childhood that daily bath is required to cleanse our bodies. Why education is important to us since childhood? It is because education will reform us thinking and make us knowledgeable. So, one should eliminate this kshudram, that is, from his inner soul. Daurbalya means weak-heartedness. Every person has some mental weakness or the other. Often, these weaknesses deter us from discharging our duties effectively. Persons with clear focus and dedication to the task ahead will have to get over and discard this weak-heartedness. In the Klaibyam Mas Magamaha slokam referred to the above, Lord Krishna addresses Arjuna as Parantapa, meaning of conqueror of rival kings. With such an invocation and address, Lord Sri Krishna reminds Arjuna the qualities of a warrior and teaches him regarding importance of his duty concerning the task ahead, that is, fighting the battle. By the word Uttishta, meaning arise, Lord Sri Krishna kindles the spirit of vitality that is Chaitanya in Arjuna. Arjuna, though influenced by these thoughts, still remained contemplative and asked Lord Krishna thus: Karpanya doshopahata svabhavaha pruchhami tvam dharma sammudha chetaha yatsreyasya nishitam bruhi tanme shishyasteham sadhimam tvam prapannam. Now I am more confused about my duty, and I have lost all composure because of weak-heartedness. In this condition, O Krishna, I request you to guide me clearly, whatever is the best for me. Now I am your disciple, and I am totally surrendered unto you. Please guide me. This is the appeal of Arjuna to Lord Krishna. This is sincere appeal, because he was in anxiety whether to go to war or not. In essence, the 700 sloka Bhagavad Gita is a discourse on the analysis and commentary of the above two slokas. Contemporary literary experts and social reformers have amply expressed in their works the fact that Swami Vivekananda, by enunciating his commentary on this particular sloka, that is Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalyam, had inspired the citizens of Bharat, that is India, to focus on achieving success in the war of independence. Ultimately, we got the independence during 1947. So, these are the few words and my interpretations about the sloka highlighted by Swami Vivekananda ji, that is Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalyam Tyaktva Uttishta Parantapa. Actually, from the sloka, that is Asochyanana Sosatvam, and from this sloka, the preaching of Lord Sri Krishna begins. During Arjuna Vishada Yoga, that is during the first chapter, Sri Krishna will speak nothing. From the second chapter only, that is from second and third slokas of this Bhagavad Gita, Lord Sri Krishna begins his teachings, his impartings, his inspirative discourses. These are the few words I am submitting to the devotees assembled here, and interestingly listening to this conference through online. And I thank Prasad ji and all the authorities of Hindu Temple of Greater Chicago to grace me this opportunity to meet all of you and say a few words about this particular sloka, even by which I was influenced and I was very much inspired, and even I used to refer this sloka in so many meetings, because this Hridaya Daurbalya is the main weakness of any human being, any Jivatma. So one must get rid of these weaknesses, that is Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalya, as well said by Lord Sri Krishna and well narrated by Swami Vivekananda ji.
నచ్చిన శ్లోకం ఏదైనా గీత ఇందులోంచి అయినా ఏ స్క్రిప్చర్లోంచి అయినా ఒకటి చెప్తారండి, స్పాంటేనియస్గా ఏదైనా చెప్తారా మా అందరికి?
భగవద్గీత
ఎనీథింగ్ దట్ యు లైక్.
ఎక్కడి నుంచి?
ఇందులోంచి అయినా మీ స్క్రిప్చర్లో మీకు నచ్చిన శ్లోకం ఏదైనా సరే.
Among Bhagavad Gita, there are certain slokas attracted me, especially these two, Kshudram Hridaya Daurbalyam and Karpanya Doshopahata Svabhavaha. Any disciple, he has to sincerely serve his Guruji, he has to sincerely pray his Guruji to acquire suitable knowledge. Through that Karpanya Doshopahata Svabhavaha, that indication is there. And even among Bhagavad Gita, number of slokas, they have attracted me. That is, Tasmatvam Uttishte Yaso Labhasva Jitva Sitrun Bhumsva Rajyam Samruddham Mayavite Nihatah Purvameva Nimitta Matro Bhava Savyasacham. even in Bhagavata, there is some reference about the divine deed of Lord Sri Krishna, who protected Draupadi by gracing suitable clothing. Panchali Kavari Vikarshana Maha Papakshadayushkaha. The Kauravas, along with Duryodhana, they were all killed by Krishna during that occasion. They simply lived with an outward moving from that day onwards. So, Lord Sri Krishna himself stated, Arjuna, they were all defeated by me, they were killed by me. Even they will be graced by you and you will be out of your duties. They can't be saved because they were already killed. So you just fight in the war and get the name and fame as Vijaya. So any Jivatma should be able to get victory only with the grace of Paramatma. All the Jivatmas are Naras and all the Paramatma is Lord Sri Krishna. Maybe in the form of Guru, like Ramakrishna Paramahamsa or Vivekananda, whomever we worship. So that sloka is very much attractive to me. Tasmat tvamuttishthaya solavasva jitva shitran moksharajyam samruddham mayavaite nihata purvameva nimitta matro bhava savyasachi. Like that, so many slokas. One among such, at 18th chapter, Adhishtanam tatha karta karanancha pradak vidham vividhancha pradak cheshta daivan chaivatra panchamam. All the human beings in this creation, in this universe, they were equally graced by Lord, the omnipotent, the universal soul, that is Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna graced all the human beings by granting 4 kinds of strengths. Body, that is Sarira, Karacharanadi Avayavas, all the affiliated movements, and the Atma, inner soul, and the affiliated thinking process. These 4 strengths were graced equally to all the human beings. Those who are able to properly utilize these 4 kind of strengths, they are eligible to seek the 5th bala, the 5th strength, that is Daiva bala. That is the strength from God, from Lord. Since Pandavas, they properly utilized these 4 strengths graced by Lord, they got the strength of Krishna. Kauravas did not utilize those powers, simply feeling that they are the Raja, king of kings, etc., Ahankara and other Manovikaras. They could not come out of the Ahankaras and other Manovikaras. But Pandavas, they are submissive. They pursued Saranagati, Madhura Bhakti, with all their devotional approach. So they got the 5th strength, that is Daivabala. So every Jivatma, every individual, any individual soul, he should be able to properly utilize these 4 kinds of strengths. Otherwise, he cannot get the Daivabala, the 5th strength. Only with the help of the 5th strength, by acquiring the power from the 5th strength, we will be able to develop our talents, to keep a bulk of memory, contemplation, or power of contemplation or concentration, by acquiring more and more knowledge. So these are the few slokas attracted me in Bhagavad Gita, and I always used to act accordingly during my anushtanam and everything.
So honored.
Thank you.
We would like to invite Temple President Rahulji to come and honor Dr. Medasani Mohan from Tirupati Devasthanam. Dr. Rahulji, please come and honor Dr. Medasani. This is our Temple President.
Yeah, thank you.
That's okay. Another you. Thank you. Dear devotees, Namaskar. Welcome to all of you in today's program, and I wishing you all the very happy, peaceful and joyful and healthy New Year on the behalf of the Board of Trustees, EC, staff member, priest and volunteers. And I'm thankful to our honorable guest speaker today, Madam Sri Mohanji, Padma Shri nominee, who gave us pravachan on Swami Vivekananda Gita Sloka, and that was very enlightening, motivational and inspirational for all of us, and I'm thank you very much. And also thank you for Prashadji and your team for organizing this program to celebrate the 159th birth anniversary of Swami Vivekananda Ji, who planted seeds for yoga in the West 129 years ago when he spoke to the Parliament of World Religious in Chicago in 1893. And Swamiji also made contribution in all major paths of the yogas, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga. And I also thank you and your team for their support, especially for the last 2 years during the pandemic time. And that was great. And also thanks for the general donation you gave us last year. And you went out of the way and raised funds for us. And thanks to you, Prashadji. And right now our temple operation is totally funded by the generous donation from your devotee like you. And due to the surge in the COVID, our crowd, we are not getting many people actually in the temple. And I will request you if you can donate some more, I will really appreciate it. And also I'm thankful to all the custodians and the maintenance chair and all the volunteers who helped us to set up all this. And also I'm also thankful to all the devotees, and I appreciate if you can also start participating in the religious activity at the temple. And Happy New Year again, and thanks again Mohanji. And Happy New Year to everybody again, thanks. And if you have any suggestion or any help, please contact Prasad, and he can contact me, and I will do my best to help you what you folks need. Okay? No problem. Thanks. Actually, we know each other for a long time. Prasad and I have been friends for a long time, and so whatever you need, just come. Okay? Anytime. Thank you. I met you last time. Thank you. You're welcome. Please keep coming. Yeah, I'm very happy to see you.
Few minutes. Thank you again. We will show a couple of videos from Swami Vivekananda, and I don't know if people online, we may have some trouble, but we will try. Okay, we will try anyway. At least you can listen to the voice of the teachings of Swami Vivekananda and the biography of Swami Vivekananda. Again, we will try to do the best we can. This is the last few more minutes of the conference. Thank you.
In 1893, America celebrated its golden age. The Grand Columbian Exposition in Chicago hosted the world's first Parliament of Religions. Meanwhile, a young monk in India was getting ready to initiate a revolution that would transform America. A revolution for the American soul.
When Vivekananda appeared, he was the superstar of the conference because he was this great erudite, wise person who just was captivating. We remember the World's Parliament of Religions now largely because of Vivekananda and his command of English, his knowledge of Western culture, because he was educated in British schools in India, and he was able to present it in a way that was tremendously appealing.
Sisters and brothers of America, I thank you in the name of the most ancient order of monks of the world. I thank you in the name of the mother of all religions. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true.
He brought Vedanta and yoga to America. These ideas changed the American psyche profoundly.
He stayed for a few years and established the Vedanta Society, the major source of dissemination of Hindu teachings for the first part of the 20th century. And you could see what I had mentioned earlier, the lines of succession, the transmission. Houston Smith, no doubt the most influential religious scholar of the last 50 years. Joseph Campbell, who's influenced millions and millions of people. Aldous Huxley, Christopher Isherwood, J.D. Salinger, the novelist. All these people, as young men, were schooled by the Vedanta Society Swamis.
The road to salvation is difficult to pass over, as difficult as the sharp edge of a razor. But this much we know, and all religions teach it. There is in every one of us a spark of the infinite goodness which created us. And when we leave this earth, we are reunited with it, as a raindrop falling from heaven is at last reunited with the sea which gave it birth.
The Force? Now, the Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
He taught Americans that everyone had a spark of divinity. He taught that all religions were true because they all led to the same ultimate truth. Everyone who met him was inspired and taken by this charismatic teacher. He changed the way Americans saw themselves and the way the world saw India forever. In 2013, join us as we take a quest to discover the man behind the legend. Join us as we discover Vivekananda.
Swami Vivekananda, born Narendranath Datta, Naren as he was called for short, was born in the northern district of Calcutta on January 12, 1863. Whenever religion decays and irreligion prevails, then I manifest myself. For the protection of the good, for the destruction of the evil, for the firm establishment of the truth, I am born again and again. This Vivekananda, the world now realizes was a lonely man traveling in the mysterious universe in search of one single and simple thing: truth. The truth about man. The truth about man's relation to God. It was to establish this truth to the heart of the millions that Swamiji and his brotherhood later developed the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram at Belur.
I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and the refugees of all religions and all nations of the earth. I am proud to tell you that we have gathered in our bosom the purest remnant of the Israelites who came to southern India and took refuge with us in the very year in which their holy temple was shattered to pieces by Roman tyranny. I am proud to belong to the religion which has sheltered and is still fostering the remnant of the grand Zoroastrian nation. I report to you, brethren, a few lines from a hymn which I remember to have repeated from my earliest boyhood, which is every day repeated by millions of human beings. As the different streams, having their sources in different places, all mingle their water in the sea, so, O Lord, the different paths which men take through different tendencies, various though they appear, crooked or straight, all lead to thee.
Thank you so much. And Kalium Band, if you're here.
To the World Parliament of Religions, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session of the opening day today, the 11th of September, 1893. We now introduce you to Swami Vivekananda from India and request him to address us. Swami Vivekananda.
Sisters and brothers of America, it fills my heart.
So that was a standing ovation he got from 7,000 Americans on that day. But anyway, so that concludes our conference. Hope you all enjoyed. Did you all enjoy? And we have about 20 people online. Thank you for joining and staying with us all day. I don't know where Kalium is. So, what time are we on time? Our schedule? That's about the closing time. Yes, we have just 8 minutes left before 3. Would you like to do any meditation before we close the conference? Would you like to do meditation? So hope you all enjoyed online, and that concludes the whole. I don't know if you were able to watch the video, but at least the audio, you could have listened to the audio. So I really, really appreciate. We have classes at the temple, yoga classes 3 times a week, Saturday mornings, Monday evenings, Wednesday evenings. So would be wonderful. Hope to see you all at the temple classes. And once we're already doing in-person classes. Only just recently, because of this Omicron, we went online again. But we have been doing in-person classes. So hopefully you can all join us quickly, and we will have full-blown classes again. Usually our classes are filled up with this room. So again, because of this COVID, we have a lighter attendance. But I really, really appreciate, and I really request you to share the word of mouth and share about these classes and events we have at the temple and bring them along, and we would love to see you all. Anything else? I don't know, Kalium Behan must have stepped out. Anything else? Anyone from audience want to say a word or two that you learn, what you learned? Bill, you want to come up? Rachel, you want to come up, say anything? Anyone else? The Kalium students, please. Please come up and say anything, like say hello to something, to people online. Yes? No. No one is spontaneous. Rama, you want to come say hi? Srinath, you want to say come anything? Alright.
Srinath is my co-chair at the temple, so yoga co-chair, and he has been selflessly devoting and dedicating his time, energy, everything that in the background that goes on, like whether it is live streaming, or whether it is anything else that I'm not able to handle it, he is the person. Please.
All I have to say is Prasad ji is one single driving force behind this conference. You know, whether it's rain or shine, he kind of marches on. And behind him, actually working in the shadows, is Rama. Credit goes to both of them, and to also all the temple staff and the other volunteers who make events like this happen at the temple. And as Prasad ji has been saying, go, whatever you learn, contemplate on it. It's not just you hear and once you at the event ends, you forget about it. You have to contemplate, and slowly the true meaning of what you learned today kind of seeps in. So just keep that at the back of your mind. Thank you for attending today. Thanks.
Namaste. Thank you everyone so much for coming. Thank you to all the people, all the unseen hands who put this together. Of course to Swami Vivekananda for bringing all these ideas to the West, and as Devi said, opening the door. It's our work now to keep moving through it. So make your sankalpa, work on it every day for a little bit, write it down, put it on your mirror, and remember, world peace begins with each of us, and all the teachings, everything we heard today is to help bring us some peace, some unity, so that we can share that with others. All the different practices are there to contribute to this world peace, especially now in the time of turbulence. I was talking to one of our speakers outside, and he said, on the one hand, there are no people coming to the center because it's not safe. And on the other hand, all the monks have time to do their practice. They have lots and lots of time to contemplate. So if you have these little pockets of time, use them wisely. You know, the gurus say there are two great boons, a human birth and time. And, you know, if we don't use our time, there's Mother Kali, I'm going to cut it short, or Lord Yama. So thank you, everybody. And thank you especially Prasad for inviting me almost 10 years ago to come and be part of this. It's been amazing. Last year was a rough one, and this was the highlight. Like the whole day of this was so amazing, and again this year to be in person. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you
Om
so
Shanti.
much. Enjoy. We have a cafeteria open. Feel free to get some tea before you head out in the cold weather. Get something to eat and drink. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. And visit the deities. The vibration in there is very, very high. Just distance yourself. Thank you, everybody.
Doors are open. Temple doors are open. Thank you. Thank you for all the people online. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you.